And we are live. Welcome, everybody, to TEE TV, the show where we talk about TV, TEE, and movies. TV with TEE. See, I'm already fucking up the intro. I'm Damian Rogers, and with me is Mr. Stone.
Hi, I am not a tabloid journalist.
And the great Charles Weeden.
Hello, everyone.
Oh my, that was the most dynamic. That was the most dynamic entrance I ever heard. Oh my god. Oh my
Yes,
god.
because you can just hear the
Face.
enthusiasm in my voice just because of a certain movie that I watched that I would much rather prefer to sit through an entire dinner party of Hannibal Lecter than ever watch that movie again.
Must
As the
be,
dinner?
must be the season of the witch.
Must be the
Yeah.
season of the bitch. Oh my god.
Must be the season of the. Okay. But I decided to double back on
Oh
the
my god.
T-shirt. Had to double back on the T-shirt because we're saying goodbye to this guy.
You are pointing at.
We're
Oh
saying
yes,
goodbye
you're
to
pointing at Hannibal Lecter. Okay.
We're saying goodbye to that guy.
Yes. You are saying goodbye to Hannibal Lecter because we have finished the TV show Hannibal, which is a damn shame because I really wish this show had gone on longer.
Oh, I'm so bummed. Like, it's just, I knew the end was coming, but it's still just, it's
Yeah, but
sad.
now we don't have to go into it like in great detail, but just for your initial thoughts. Now, do you understand why I don't like the ending of Hannibal?
The weird sex scene almost at the end.
Not the sex scene that I'm talking about. I'm talking about the very very end.
Like the post credits.
No, not the post credits. No. There, as
Okay.
far as I know, there wasn't a post credits. As far as I
Yeah, there
know,
was.
there was. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't watch it.
I'll tell you about it when we get to it.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
upset.
but no,
Well,
I'm
I'm
talking
upset.
about the part where um they fought uh Dollarhide and like Will like cut him open. Hannibal took a bite out of his neck. He fell down, bled out, and then they hugged each other, and then they fell over the cliff, and then everything just basically cut to black. That's it.
That's what I meant by the sex scene. To me, that was essentially, it was like they finally banged after 3 seasons of dancing around each other.
Yeah, but no, that was basically how it ended, and I was like, really, this is where it fucking ends? It's just like, I mean, I did not like that ending at all. I mean, hell, watching it again, I was like, are you fucking kidding me? It's just like, I mean, come on, man.
You
But
baited
no,
him
it's
into
just
this, Damien.
Wait, what? What did you say?
You baited him into this, Damien. Now he's going in. It's up to you to stop him while I get my tea.
yeah, but no, it's just like I said, I didn't want to go further into it because I know you guys want to discuss the rest of the season, so that's all. I
Chill.
I just wanted to hear your initial thoughts of like the ending of the show. That's it.
I was okay with it.
But we
But
can
yeah,
we can go
go into
into
that more.
we can go into the season of the bitch because I'm not going to call it season of the witch.
You refuse.
Nope.
Doesn't deserve the doesn't deserve to be named correctly.
Nope. I know we're probably going to get in trouble with YouTube, but I mean, if we're going to get in
Yeah,
trouble with YouTube, I know this is your channel, so you know what, maybe I should hold off. So, yeah.
YouTube's a bitch. Are you shushing me?
No, I'm
On
shushing
my own
YouTube.
channel, you're shushing me?
I'm shushing YouTube.
Yeah, shut up, YouTube. You don't know shit. So, season of the bitch.
Yeah.
The the first in what was supposedly meant to be the future of the Halloween franchise.
Didn't Jim say that this was the original plan of the Halloween movies? Is that it was going to be an anthology series where each movie was just going to be a different thing?
I don't know if it was the original plan, but it's definitely the plan from this movie going forward. It had it gone forward, actually been successful.
And
Which,
it
like,
failed
mm,
in a quite spectacular fashion. Because I checked the reviews for it. It was not good.
it's one of those movies that I think people like a bit more now. I think it's gotten a bit of a sort of like people look
a,
back
a,
at it a bit more kindly than they
a
did at the
cult
time.
following. A cult
Yeah,
following. Yeah.
but it's not a good movie.
No,
It,
no, it's not.
not to say I wasn't entertained by some of it, enraged by other parts.
Oh my
That
god.
that that Silver Shamrock song, holy shit!
Oh my god. Every time that thing played, I wanted to shove my face through Hannibal Lecter's meat grinder.
Hey, this psychotic Halloween version of London Bridge is falling down.
It's like, hey, Gideon, hey, Dr. Lecter, it's like you want to eat Mr. Gideon? It's like, no, don't eat him, eat me, okay? Because
Please.
that's far more preferable than listening to that shit again. God damn it!
While you're at
It's
it,
like
can you erase
I
Season of
hear
the
my
Witch from my
kidneys are
browsing
very
history?
pasty right about now. Oh my god, Jesus!
My brain's all sorts of inflamed because I am pissed.
Yeah, exactly, Jesus. But my god, it's just like, wow. They played that commercial way too much. Oh, and what is predictable as hell? What was going on with Ellie when the Ellie character when she was captured? I knew they were going to do the bait and switch with her. I knew it.
Yeah, there was a whole like invasion of the body snatchers kind of element in this movie.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like as soon as she was quote unquote kidnapped, and then when they showed her being strapped down on that table and everything, I was like, you know what? That's not even Ellie. That's like one of those freaking pumpkin automaton things. Because come on, those things were basically fucking walking, talking pumpkins.
Pretty
That's
much.
what they were. The things that were like the juices that were coming out of them when you would like disable them, that was pumpkin juice. I'm certain of it.
It had to have been.
It was pumpkin juice. I'm certain of it. But I mean, it's just as soon as she started attacking the doctor guy, I don't even remember his fucking name. I was like,
Uh,
I fucking knew it.
Chalice? Something?
Chalice or something like that. Like, yeah, he was a fucking goblet that you drink at like some old timey Renaissance fair.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah, but no, it's just like as soon as she started attacking him, I was like, I called it. It's just like this movie is predictable as hell. And then, of course, when the woman was like messing with that little badge thing on the back of the mask and everything, and she saw what that thing was on the back of it, I was like, that's a fucking microchip. That thing's gonna like shooting some sort of like laser at her at some point, and then boom,
And
it
sure
fucking
enough,
happened.
this
I was like,
massive blue beam,
yeah, it's like Jesus fucking Christ.
which was one of the only actually like really violent scenes in the movie.
Yeah, it is.
They were pretty tame. Like it was.
I was surprised by how violent that moment actually was. I wasn't expecting that because Halloween 1 and Halloween 2, surprisingly, weren't all that violent in the grand scheme of things.
Like a lot of the time, yeah, they're pretty.
There were a couple of scenes that were pretty graphic, but not that much.
Not a lot. Not a lot of blood.
I think in Halloween 2, the most violent scene that I saw was the scene where the nurse got drowned by Michael shoving her face into scalding hot water. That was probably the most graphic scene that I saw in the entire movie. And then in Halloween 1, the most graphic scene that I saw was the guy getting pinned to the cabinet by Michael stabbing him through the chest with the knife. That was probably the most graphic scene in that movie. And that was it. Yeah, I think as far as I know, the Halloween movies get more graphic as the franchise goes on.
Most definitely.
But in the earlier movies, oh no, they're pretty tame, which is surprising. Now, of course, I've seen other horror movie franchises. I've seen Nightmare on Elm Street, which is pretty fucking graphic. Because, I mean, hell, we have Freddy Krueger ripping off his own face. And then, of course, we have the Hellraiser movies, which is known for their gore. So, I mean, compare those franchises compared to Halloween. I gotta say, the Halloween's kind of lacking in the gore department.
It's more just
Really,
that constant sense of just doom.
I'm not even really getting a constant sense of doom either. I'm not getting that. Like
No,
even in the last two movies, knowing where Lori is going to end up, I'm like, yeah, she'll be fine.
sort of like there's no stakes for her.
Yeah, pretty much. I even know what's going to happen at the end of the most recent Halloween movie. I know what happens.
Yeah, I still
So
haven't seen those yet. I've heard
I won't.
mostly bad things about the was it Halloween Ends.
Yeah. I know what happens, so I won't reveal anything. But I know a lot of people don't like it, and rightfully so, because they do make some changes that people don't like. But me knowing what happens kind of gets rid of all the stakes, and I'm like, eh. It's like, yeah, she's gonna be okay. She's gonna be okay. Oh, it's gonna lead to this. Okay, she's gonna be okay. Blah 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 blah. Whatever. And I mean, it all leads up to this, and I'm like, it kind of creates this suit of armor for them, this plot armor, in a manner of speaking, that pretty much protects the characters. And I mean, it would have been better if I had watched these movies when they came out, because then the stakes would have been real, and then I probably would have been more invested.
Yeah, like trying to think the first time I watched the first one. I think I watched the first two. Early teens. I didn't really have much of an idea about anything else. So back then when I watched them, like I figured she'd be the survivor at the end of the first one, but two I wasn't sure. That one I wasn't sure how that was going to go.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, if you go back to watch them now for the first time, obviously you know, hey, she's back in the newer one, so obviously she's fine.
Yeah, exactly. So the stakes they're not there anymore. So it is what it is. It's kind of like the same thing with the Scream movies. With the Scream movies, I mean, Nev Campbell is no longer a part of that franchise anymore. She's kind of on the outs. Like she's
Yeah,
not.
because she wasn't getting paid enough apparently, but no one else seemed to have an issue with how much they were getting paid. So I wonder if that's just a bit of a too
Ego.
much self-importance, yeah, ego kind of
Yeah,
thing.
ego. Yeah. Well, I don't really see how ego would even come into play here, because Nev Campbell, all she really has going for her right now is Scream. She's not
Yeah,
really doing
like
anything else.
what was the last thing you saw her in aside from that?
The only other thing I can think of that she's done besides Scream is a short-lived TV show on NBC called The Philanthropist. That's
Never heard
it.
of it.
Yeah, exactly. It only got less than one season, and she played
Wait,
a.
wait, it got less than one season?
It got less than one season. It got canceled
Oof,
before the season was even done.
Jesus.
Yeah. And she wasn't even the star of the show. She was a supporting character.
So it's like, let's just shut up and take whatever they're offering. Like,
Exactly.
seriously. Because even like, yeah, I can't think of that many things I've ever seen her in. There are Wild Things, which was great.
Was it for
I
the
mean,
reason I think it was?
yeah, most definitely. Yes. That was a fun movie in general, though.
Yeah.
Just sex and twists.
Uh,
Remember Wild Things, Mr. Stone?
Yes, I do.
I also remember the part where she got killed by having her head caved in with a wine bottle. So, yeah.
Wait, didn't she not die though?
I thought she did. I thought the counselor like.
Why won't you die?
Look. It's been a long time since I've seen that
Yeah.
movie. It's been.
But I just remember the ending having like the last like 15 minutes or so had like 3 or 4 twists in it. It just kept being like, this person's dead. No, they're not. They're on a boat now.
I'm not even sure if I should watch that movie again.
I might have to. I don't know if I can stop thinking about it. For the reason you're thinking. But anyways, Halloween.
Yes, Halloween.
Uh-oh. I felt like I missed out on a pretty great conversation, but I'm glad I came back on the right time, at least to be able to ask this question. I mean,
we were just talking about, or maybe I was just thinking about the lack of hot lesbian pull sequences in Halloween. I think I was just thinking that.
Well, I mean, they can't keep messing around with that. I mean, even a heterosexual, lake scene, you know what I'm saying? I think did they get a harpoon for their troubles when they were out there?
I believe so, yes.
By by Jason, so you just don't want to, you just won't go over repeating the things. I mean, you just can't, there's only so many ways that you can do water shit, you know what I'm saying? So
That's true.
Now unless Michael was gonna be playing a little bit of chicken under there, you know what I'm saying, or something like that, or you know what I'm saying, or hide the fish, I mean, then maybe we had a different story going on there, but
Or he's just messing with him, just tickling the guy's bag and then swimming away a bit. It's like, I think something's going on. All of a sudden, harpoon.
Yeah, harpoon pegging. Now that would be some hardcore shit that someone hasn't quite tried yet.
I don't know.
I mean, like sticking
the internet. It's
like
probably out there somewhere.
Sticking the harpoon in and then pulling the trigger. Imagine that.
Would make for a great scene in a horror movie, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Imagine if Jason or Michael Myers would have done something like that. Would that? I mean, maybe that could have happened in Rob Zombie's Halloween, because could have stuck a harpoon up somebody's ass, and then pulled the trigger to see if the arrow, if the arrow of the bolt could have actually came out of the person. What do you think? What's your guys' opinion on that, by the way?
Well, I mean, for production value, and to make for a cool looking scene, stick the harpoon up the guy's ass and have it come out of their mouth.
But realistically, do you feel like it could do that realistically?
Realistically, no. There is too much like solid mass to where the harpoon would probably end up like hitting so much solid mass that it would probably stop halfway. So you might feel the point somewhere in the abdomen, but it wouldn't pierce it. It would probably end up stopping somewhere in the intestinal area, and then it would just stop. Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I
feel like you're probably right, but I don't know how powerful a harpoon would be at point sphincter range.
Point sphincter. Oh my god.
I was trying to think of some point blank, point butt, point ass.
The expression is point blank range.
Yeah, I know, but I was trying to think of a butthole inspired pun. I couldn't come up with nothing.
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, if it's a powerful enough, if it has powerful enough force, it might pierce the skin, like out the abdomen, but it wouldn't come out through the mouth. It wouldn't. It would probably come out like somewhere around here, maybe, like right around here.
Oh, so like a chest burster.
Yeah, well, not chest burster would be about here.
About
the abdomen. like
I
around
think
here.
I think depending on the length of a harpoon, it gets shoved up there with enough room to still pull the trigger, where it's still where the trigger is still out, so the trigger can still be pulled with the length, and then the length of the bolt or the arrow that would come out, and depending on what type of material that we're dealing with. You
Mm,
know, I think they're truly sinister. You know, you always go with steel. You always go with good metal.
mm.
You don't go wood there. You know, and I think that at the very least, it could have a guy looking like, a shish kebab or a rotisserie pig. You know what I'm saying? At the very least, it may not come all the way out, but it'll kind of just protrude out the way it just you got the spear, so you got the harpoon gun, trigger on one end, and you got the bolt coming out the other. It's just it's perfect. It's perfect. You know what I'm saying? That's something you put right into a Hannibal episode, even.
Yeah.
I don't think Hannibal would do something like that because I think it would
Oh yeah, mess.
damage the meat.
But what if he's what if he's thinking
What was that?
like a spit roast?
Yeah, I know. I know. You're absolutely right on that, but then maybe we should serve it soon. Before the spoils. You're so concerned about his meals, Charles. We understand. You're so concerned about the meals.
He literally said that he doesn't do anything to mess with the meat.
Yes, yes, we know, but don't make it your religion. Is all we're saying. Don't
Oh
make it
my
your
god.
religion.
I'm not making it my religion.
I'm just saying.
I said
I'm
it
just
once.
when
When
you have
he prepares the food, it looks good. But that's about food preparation.
uh,
Doesn't mean I'm actually going to fucking eat it.
gonna have a man meal, you're not gonna have a man meal, a man witch.
I mean, I love.
If he
Y'all.
serves you a hot dog, do you eat it?
Well, he doesn't make hot dogs. He takes the intestine and makes. You know what? No, no. I am not. I
Took you
am
long enough.
no. I am not having this conversation.
Tee-hee, Mr. Kish. Good tee-hee to you.
What are you talking about there, Charles? This conversation needs to
Why
be
are we?
had.
Why are we talking about the specifics of Hannibal's cannibal-esque food preparations?
Because you want to make sure that his proper techniques are preserved in our conversation.
Yeah, they
he
can
wants to
put
make
up
sure
a
the meat
wash.
he wants to make sure the meat doesn't spoil. He wants to make sure of it. You don't fuck up Hannibal's meals with harpoons, damn yo.
I'm just saying that Hannibal wouldn't use a harpoon.
And certainly, yes, he would not serve manwich, Damian. He would not use buns. He would. His man is. It would be
No, no,
more.
no, no. He would take a human leg, encase it in clay, and then feed that leg to the original owner of that leg.
Yep. While the guy sits there just like, all right, fine. I guess I taste pretty good. Kudos to the chef.
Yeah, yeah. My compliments to the chef. Which I still laugh my ass off every time I remember him saying that. It's like, dude, he just fed you your own leg.
You have
What the
to.
fuck?
You have to understand that with someone of extreme ego like that, in his last moments, he's not going to wilt. He never wilted in anything that he's ever fucking done. So he's not gonna wilt in the face of Lecter, and that's why he did all the shit that he did, so that he can meet him and rather deal with his fate there than deal with his fate with Dr. Chilton, I guess, and then but then just become just basically. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if he anticipated because of the beating that he would be quite at Lecter's mercy like that, but still not to be outdone. He's gonna make sure that he doesn't feel like he fears this. Just couldn't. His ego will not let him be outdone by anyone. That's why he did what he did to Will Graham and Chilton, and act like he didn't know him and all that and all that other shit like that. Played with him because, again, he's never going to be outdone by anybody. Anybody, even down to the end, he's not going to be outdone. He's not going to blink. He's not going to. Please, I'm not gonna. Yeah, sure, but I'm gonna be rude at the table. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to pontificate and wonder what's gonna happen when somebody decides to do this type of shit to you, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, you're gonna get old. Law of the jungle. You know what I'm saying? Someone's gonna, it's gonna happen to you. And just, but hey, I'm gonna be rude about this because what the fuck are you gonna do? Kill me? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I'm going to be your rude dinner guest. I know you don't like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, high intelligence is easy to see what gets to somebody. You know what I'm saying? He's good at that. He's good at seeing, Gideon was good at seeing what gets to people. You know what I'm saying? So, and then just basically just kind of rubbing your face in it. So yeah, he knew being rude is what pisses you off the most. So, hey, what are you going to do? That you're not already doing, that is. So
and the fucking scene where Gideon's sitting there with one arm, with this meal of snails that you really need two hands to properly get to, and he's just sitting there, he's tapping the knife on the fucking thing, just trying to get his attention. I'm gonna keep tapping this until you fucking acknowledge me. I just found that's oddly funny.
Yeah. The whole thing, like I said, the whole thing is just again, they mixed a lot of things around, but again, I still say that was my takeaway from that whole thing with Gideon. Just like, he didn't anticipate that he'd be in that position. I think that if not for the beating and the tossing, that he wouldn't have expected to be in that position and at the mercy of Lecter like that. He thought it would be more of an equal battle to see what was what. But then with Dr. Chilton kind of again proving to be that thorn in the side that would be his undoing. All he could do is have his wits about him and just and just basically fall on the sword. With charm and wit to the very fucking end. So that was that.
Alright, so back to season of the
bitch.
There you go. Back to that. Where did we get up to? What were we last talking about? We were trying to figure out if they were cyborgs.
I called them pumpkin automatons.
Yes, that's right. Pumpkin automatons.
Yeah, because what else could they be? Because what was that stuff that was coming out of them when Chalice punched through their chest and that orange goop was coming out of their mouth? It's like that was pumpkin juice.
It's not coolant. It's definitely not that.
No.
So what the fuck else would it be?
It would have to be pumpkin juice. It's like, okay, so this cult was whatever the hell they were called, because I don't.
Plus, they run on stomach bile.
They're more than a cult. I mean, that Brother Rock did have powers, by the way. I mean, or something. It was emitting some kind of energy. Brother Rock was.
Brother Rock.
You mean the piece of Stonehenge?
Yeah.
The magical piece of Stonehenge.
I'll just call it, but for
it was quite the effort to ship it here. If I told you how, you wouldn't believe me. And that's why they never explained it, because it's ridiculous.
Yeah, and we had a hell of a time trying to get it here.
It's magic, don't you know?
A ridiculous story like that deserves a ridiculous name, Brother Rock.
Yeah, and it's just like, if you're going to say that they had a hell of a time getting it there, you better have a hell of a time explaining how you got it there.
Which is why, I literally think that's why they included the line, if I told you how we did it, you wouldn't believe me.
I fucking
just know that it was ridiculous.
Yeah, it's stuff like that is what I hate about writing. It's just like the same thing when people when you have when someone is trying to explain science in a storyline, and then another character says, "What do you mean?" and I absolutely hate it when characters say that, because I know why they say that. They don't say it for the character's sake. They say it for the audience sake. And when they say it, it's fucking obvious. And it's like taking a flare, it burns, and they go like, it's like fucking blinding. It's like, oh my god, I freaking hate it. And it's just, I fucking hate it. And then, of course, when they say like, "Oh, if I told you, you wouldn't believe me," it's like it's an excuse to not explain something. And it's just,
But but you do have to admit though. Now, how many movies did people just straight out try to explain something and were not believed, or the next time you come in here with that bullshit, I'm gonna lock you up. I'm gonna lock your ass up. And then so eventually we evolved to you wouldn't believe me if I told you.
look, the whole "what do you mean" thing that annoys me, but it doesn't annoy me as much as if you wouldn't believe me if I told you, because I would still rather be told something than not be told something.
Like, just figure it out. Just figure out something.
Yeah.
It isn't just, I couldn't be bothered writing an explanation.
Because leaving something to the audience's imagination means that, I mean, then what's the canon explanation? Because
Well,
the audience's imagination is not the canon explanation. You need to have confirmed explanations so that the audience can build off of that.
well, based on spoiler, the way that Cochrane guy, I guess, died, I was kind of wondering, like, did they
I don't even
somehow
know what the hell
teleport the
happened.
stone?
I don't know what happened with that. The
No.
stone glowed, and then Cochrane kind of turned into stone himself.
Yeah, he was glowing, then turned to, I guess you'd call that stone, or
Yeah.
some kind of paper mache thing, or something, and then just disappeared. Instead of turning into decayed whatever the fuck, like everyone else did that they killed in that movie
But
with the shamrock thing.
see, but that's the thing. Those masks. I mean, are you gonna sit and tell me that the the kids, what I'm saying, that the kids being tested and this shit wasn't the most disturbing part? That was the most disturbing part to me.
Oh yeah, and just that, and Cochrane seemed to just have this weirdly psychotic hatred of children. It wasn't just tradition. He seemed to, I don't know, there was just this weird thing going on with children in this movie.
Look, the scene with that buddy kid, the one that went into that test room with his family, that was messed
The
up.
ginger who picked the pumpkin.
Yeah, the pumpkin mask. Yeah, that scene was messed up. And then, of course, seeing his parents' reactions to what happened to the kid, that was also very, oh boy.
A very delayed reaction. Like, he collapsed, he's on the floor, and they didn't seem to notice until he was already well gone.
Yeah.
It was the insects coming out of his mouth that seemed to trigger them that something was up.
Yeah, I don't know. It was still pretty crazy. And then, of course, how did the mother die? And how did the father died because of the snake bite? But how did the mother die?
I think maybe she just kind of like fainted or something, and then probably died after that because there was like a snake crawling in her face near her ear, which I'm assuming was to imply that it probably went into her brain or something. But yeah, I wasn't quite sure. I just kind of assumed that she fainted.
Or just a number of things, just the shock of the situation, and just whatever. I just
Look, I never bought that whole explanation saying like, oh, she died from the shock alone, or she died from the shame or something.
Shame,
I never
wow.
understood that, because it's just like that's not how that works. I mean, that was never really believable to me. It's just, died from the shock. I mean, really?
In a moment of extreme terror, losing both your kids. Well, you gotta have kids to and be older to maybe have that combination. Have you because back in those days, people were older and having kids. So you know it could happen. Somebody gets robbed. I mean, they extreme terror being shot at them all at once.
So, in other words, they would die of a heart attack.
I mean, yes.
Would it just say they died of a heart attack?
Brought on by traumatic shock, though. It's you're all of a sudden in a moment of extreme terror. Your clogged arteries don't suddenly fail you. It's just I mean understand or whatever the hell that causes a heart attack. I'm sorry, American Heart Association. I should do more homework or something. I'm sorry. I should do more, but I'm just saying I don't not I'm not sure of how a heart attack works, but I'm saying like in that extreme terror, I mean that brings it along. It pushes it along at that point.
All right.
Okay, not buying it, folks. Apparently he's not buying it. I get it.
I don't know. It's just, I mean, that whole like thing. I saying like, oh, he died from the fear alone. It's just that I never bought that. Never bought that. It just never clicked.
Scare you so bad your hair turned white. You never heard that, huh?
That never bought. I never bought that either. I never did.
It is science. They've done tests.
It happened to Einstein.
Really? That's how his hair got white.
No.
Because I thought, oh, I don't know, old age.
I'm sorry. I'm being.
He was 33.
I'm being Freddie Stone. Look. I can't back that up, but I'll show the confidence that I can anyway. That's Freddie Stone. Yes. He did that. I'm pretty sure. You're doing all those experiments. It's enough to turn anyone's hair white. The terror of what he was doing. He wouldn't tell us. He wouldn't tell us all the experiments he was working on. And maybe the fear of it turned his hair white. That's her style of on the rag journalism. By the way, but I definitely more than anything see that was the whole thing that was kind of like weird to me, and the way it was set up, and the way it ended, it just made me feel like there's no way that no one's gonna fucking like. So now it's like every year it was gonna be a different thing. So it was like you do 2 movies with that, and then 1 season of The Witch, and the way you ended, there's no sequel that's gonna come up to that. So it was supposed to be like a whole new, different Halloween aspect of the situation, I guess.
Yeah, supposedly it was every year a new Halloween movie based on something else, and then ideally, I think they wanted let's say Season of the Witch could spawn its own sequels, and same with the others, so on.
Or maybe if we'd just been good enough, they would have kept progressing. But then they realized that their effort with Season of the Witch was garbage.
Technically, this movie was a success. I think I read it was made for 2.5 and made 14 or 15 million, which is that's not terrible.
I think
but
I do believe that's back end cult following. I would venture to say I don't have the numbers or the documentation to back it up, but I do believe that it was like once people calmed down, and I think that once the Michael Myers arc was picked back up, I think that people settled themselves, and then they just kind of reprocessed the movie, and it gained more of a cult following to it. But
yeah, that's definitely been the case. But that's one of those showing the Halloween within Halloween 3. That's one of those things you see in a lot of bad movies where they present you with a TV that's playing something you'd much rather be watching. It's really a bad idea. I know in this case it would have been to tie things in, but a lot of bad movies do that. You'd be watching some piece of shit and Jaws is playing on the TV, and you're like, fuck, I wish I was watching Jaws right now instead of this piece of crap. They shouldn't do it to themselves.
I mean, I'm sitting there like, I guess the thing with me is just like I know for me it was the disappointment. I didn't. I felt like see, and again, I don't. While I do feel like some of my thoughts and things like that are unique, but I feel like sometimes certain things I just don't think alone on. Like the disappointment of realizing that this was supposedly the third, this is Halloween 3. It was like I didn't give it a chance to initially to anything, and then it was like then once I gave it a chance, I seen the merit that the movie, like I said, while campy at times, but it was, what I'm saying, it still had its merits. But at first, the disappointment of realizing that supposedly there was going to be no more Michael Myers at this point, it was just like I didn't give it a chance. So it was just bitter disappointment, and I just never like. But then you go into it, it's still a bit campy, but it was not. It was not trash because it wasn't overall a bad movie. It was just placed at a bad time and given a chance on its own. But
That's it. If it was released just as Season of the Witch without the Halloween tag, yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, like, I didn't hate it. There's definitely a lot of terrible shit in there, but overall, I didn't hate it. I just felt it could have been done better.
but that's why I think it was flims. But like I was saying, but still, I think that best decisions were made because, again, like I was saying, if it if Halloween ended that way, then there would be absolutely no real need for this whole Halloween. Halloween does this, Halloween does that. See Halloween run, see Halloween jump, see Halloween die, I guess, or end or conclude. Thin.
Yeah,
I,
tripped over that final hurdle, face planted, and then just died in anonymity.
or like in one of the movies, I don't know, what's Japanese. Konnichiwa. Arigato. Jason, what I'm saying? Samurai Jason, the Samurai Michael Myers. Arigato, I guess. It's just, oh my God. I will always make fun of that part because it's just, it's just one of the weirdest ones. Danny McBride, I don't, that's where I felt like, you know what? That will always let me know that that was a Danny McBride movie. Because it was just like what the hell, man? That will always be like, I would just have to ask, like, what were you thinking on that? They had him, and then all of a sudden he gets up and just start I'm just like, oh my God. I'm just like, man, I tried. I really tried. Because it was Danny McBride, and I tried. And I tried. But no, okay, we keep messing around. But again, folks, this is the thing about the adaptation thing that we're talking about, but we'll get there. We keep ripping that stuff, but we'll get there. But, uh-oh. I gotta do something real quick. But I will ask this. Okay, look, do we have any more bad adaptations? Any more of that?
Any more bad adaptations?
Yes.
Let's see.
Definitely think of a lot of bad sequels, bad adaptations. Um,
Okay. It's not a horror movie. It's not. Well, it depends on who you ask, but it's an adaptation of a video game. You can probably guess what it is.
Max Payne.
No, it's an
Oh,
older movie. It came out in the 90s.
Mortal Kombat.
No, it's the other fighting game.
Street Fighter.
Yep, with Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Yeah, that was something.
That was a guilty pleasure movie for me for a long time because it was bad. There was a lot wrong with it, but I watched it at the time mostly for one reason: Ming Na Wen.
Now when?
She played Chun Li.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Ming Na Wen is also one of my favorite actresses. I think she's a bit of a badass. She does a lot of stuff and she's great in everything she does. Also, when she played Chun Li, she was very hot.
She was.
And she also has aged relatively well. She's in her 50s now, but she aged relatively well and she's still very attractive. And yeah, the stuff that she's done recently. Let's see, she was in Marvel's Agents of Shield. She was in that. What else did she do? She's done a lot of stuff, but no, the Street Fighter movie was a guilty pleasure movie. I mean, the main thing that I liked about that movie, however, is the reasons why Raul Julia was in the movie.
For
Uh,
his kids.
Yeah, he was in it for his kids. Yeah, and I like that he was in the movie for that reason. And then of course, here's another bad adaptation. Not the first Mortal Kombat movie. The first Mortal Kombat movie actually had some good parts to it.
I
I'm talking,
remember enjoying that.
yeah, I'm talking about the sequel, Mortal Kombat Annihilation.
I don't know if I feel like I saw it, but
Oh, I saw it. Oh, it was bad. Oh, it was so bad.
I don't know. I mean, but I do have to say that that the newest, I guess, adaptation of Mortal Kombat, it kind of makes the original one, though solid, a little bit more cartoony.
The new
And
Mortal, you're talking the new Mortal Kombat movie that came out recently was enjoyable. It wasn't perfect, but it was enjoyable.
what's perfect? That game, the game, honestly, is a little stiff. The game itself is a little stiff.
the
Look,
more recent ones have been fucking great.
Yeah.
they're doing a new Mortal Kombat game that they're calling Mortal Kombat 1 because it's going to be like a soft reboot of the entire franchise.
Yeah, because I think what was the one before? I think was it 11 or 10 was the one
11.
before that.
Mortal Kombat
11.
11. Yeah.
Cause see,
But I plan on getting it whenever it comes out, but let's see. But no, the Mortal Kombat one movie, not one movie, the Mortal Kombat movie that starred Hiroyuki Tanada as Scorpion, which was a phenomenal casting. I thought he did a great job as Scorpion. Um, it was okay. I liked it. Joe Taslim as Sub Zero was a freaking awesome casting. Um, and I'm very happy to find out that he has signed on to do 5 more movies in the franchise.
Because this was only, I think I can't remember if we discussed this briefly on a show or before a show or whatever, but this was only like a couple of years ago, right?
To 2021, I think.
Yeah, I didn't even hear about it.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
I
It was
did,
it
but
was a fun movie. It was very exciting. The only complaint I have with the movie is that they tried to tell the movie's story from the perspective of an original character. Uh,
Oh,
they they made a brand new character for the story that was not well written. I did not like the new character they introduced. His whole storyline was kind of boring. Uh, it was also very predictable. They made him a descendant of Hanzo Hasashi, aka Scorpion. They made him one of his descendants. And when that reveal happened, I was like, yeah, this is. I saw this coming from like miles away. and it was just really disappointing what they
Oh
did with
yeah,
him.
the only Asian guy that wasn't Raiden or Kung Lao. Yeah,
Oh,
he
and yeah, and then of course the thing they did with Raiden. Raiden's voice in the movie was in every essence of the phrase stereotypically Asian. His voice was stereotypically Asian.
well, no disrespect to Christopher Lambert,
Yeah.
but still, it's gonna be a step up from his Raiden.
I don't
I'm
know.
just
It's
It
just
saying.
couldn't be worse than John Wayne as Genghis Khan.
well, no. It's just like
Speaking of adaptation,
no disrespect to the actor that played Raiden. He was great in the role. It's just his voice was just comically. It was comical. It's just like it
come
was.
Was
on,
so like every third word was oh.
Yeah.
no, it was. Oh, come the fuck on. I didn't hear that. Was I just not hearing that?
It was very stereotypical,
What
dude.
do you expect? This is old world shit. What do you want? This is supposed to be like old world tradition and old world. This is an old world thunder god. I mean,
I don't
what do
know,
you?
dude. I don't know, dude. I don't know if that's what they were going for or if that's his ordinary voice. I don't know. It's just it was comical.
Oh
And
my!
maybe it is his natural voice. You're just being racist.
I mean, if I am, I apologize, but still.
You making it seem like it's Mickey Rooney and fucking.
Yeah,
Oh my god. All right, so yeah, I'm an asshole. I'm a fucking asshole.
No, I mean I just don't think you should see it. No, damn it, no. I mean, come on. I mean, all I'm saying is, it's like he was not saying, "Oh, you saw ya, Kusiwa, you should get a." You know, it wasn't like that either. I'm just saying, like,
I don't know,
no.
dude.
Most disorder.
I don't know.
Okay, that's fine though. But no, but see, it's not so dragging it out, and you know what I'm saying. Oh, anyway, all that bull. Come on, man. It wasn't that. It wasn't that either.
I don't know. I may have to watch the movie again.
You may have to. I think Damian was more accurate with how it was sounding, and that's fine. But look, I'm not an authority to say it. You know what I'm saying? To talk about to speak on how Asian people should be sounding in modern day.
Oh no,
But
no,
this is
God,
not
God
modern
damn.
day shit, though.
I am really digging the hole deeper, aren't I?
No, go. Mickey Rooney was great at breakfast. That
Less
chicken.
deeper and more sideways.
He wasn't playing. He wasn't doing Asian face in that movie, I guess. So he probably was great. You know, he probably was great in that.
Yeah.
You know.
Never seen that movie.
Well, I said, why don't we? Oh. Okay, I'm not. Okay,
My
I'm
dogs
not,
are
I'm not
barking.
doing that. I'm not. That wasn't my '90s. That wasn't part of my '90s. Couldn't help hearing that song, but that wasn't part of my '90s, man. It really wasn't.
I don't know. It's just, I mean, I wasn't even really the biggest fan of Liu Kang either. I mean, I didn't have a problem with Liu Kang's voice. I just didn't. I didn't like his writing, to be honest. His lines were overtly dramatic, is what I had a problem with.
It's a dramatic situation, isn't it?
They were
You
dramatic.
mean like Shatner dramatic?
Yeah, basically
Like
they
just
were
over the top?
Yeah, they were really over the top.
I mean, I just don't know.
And to be honest, I think the main reason why it was like that wasn't even the actor's fault. I think it was the director's fault because I looked into the director's previous history as a director. Mortal Kombat was his first directing credit.
Wow.
I mean, it's not Les Miserables or you know Othello or something. Just you know,
I mean,
I'm just saying.
I get it.
Mortal
All directors have to start somewhere. I get it. They all have to start somewhere.
I mean, it wasn't much dialogue with these guys, you know what I'm saying, to really go on, you know?
My fucking God. I mean this is a director that has barely done anything, and then you give him Mortal Kombat for his first credit?
It
Oh my
kind of shows how much faith they really had in the movie. They're just like, yeah, we want to do it, but I don't know if we care that much.
Yeah, exactly.
oh my god! See, you guys acting like they're Jerry Wallach in the situation. Well, I mean, essentially, yeah. You got
Look,
no
the only
director experience.
look
Do this movie. Do
the
this movie,
best
baby.
part of the entire movie, was Kano. Kano was the best part. His actor stole the entire show. He was amazing throughout the entire movie.
Why is always the asshole the best actors?
Well, because they have the most fun with playing. Like, it's always fun to play an asshole. Because they can just let loose and they can just go free and just have the most fun.
But you see how they always put that on. But you see how they always put that sort of thing on you guys, Damian.
Yeah, because Kano's
Australians.
Kano's Australian.
Yeah,
Kano's Australian. Yeah.
You're the lovable asshole. You know, you guys are like the lovable assholes that you guys always you guys seem to have the charisma to be shitty, and people seem to just oh, that's just that Australian Damian. You know, he just you expect that kind of. You expect
of course he's going to be that way.
Yeah, you expect that kind of thing from that asshole.
Fucking kangaroo fucking penal colony sons of bitches.
I'm trying to tell you, man. Like I said, I've seen it more times than none. You know what I'm saying? I've seen it more times. I'm like, man, look, they put the Australian guy in there. Always always the X Factor guy. Always fuck all these guys. You know what I'm saying? Like shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, look, it's like I just knew it. It's like, but at least they put him in a more predictable position where it was like, okay, we know we can't trust him. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, how long before he turns on us? You know? but yeah, I still gotta say, video game adaptations, I think that unless you have a good sense of humor about it, I think they have a potential to be shitty. I do have to say. But you do have to have somewhat of a sense of humor about it, though. But unless some more serious than others, but
Are either of you actually familiar with the Max Payne games?
Yes.
Or the movie?
Yes.
Or both?
Yes.
I enjoyed the movie. I didn't buy Mark Wahlberg as Max Payne. And the movie itself, because Max Payne is a very noir kind of story. It's very much done that, very specifically noir. And they just, I don't know. I just didn't find the movie was faithful enough.
I never saw any of the Max Payne movies. Didn't they do 2 of them?
If they did, I never saw any of but the first.
All right,
There's 3 games, but
they only did 1 then. Okay, but I never saw the Hitman movies either. But I heard that they were a mixed bag.
I enjoyed the first one.
See, the thing is,
Timothy Olyphant.
Exactly.
He's always good.
Exactly. No,
the Timothy Olyphant one, is that the first one or the second one?
First one.
That's the first one. I never saw the second one.
But because they thought in the second one, they thought, well, see, it's this whole guy, it's not about what Timothy Olyphant brought to the character. See, because this hitman guy is a bald guy. He's one of many other hitman guys. So it's not really about Timothy Olyphant, they thought. So we could put another guy in there to be the hitman, bald head, looks just like the guy, suit. We could do the same thing and put another situation, be the same thing. And they thought wrong. Because sometimes it is, even in a situation where a guy seems to be very, very surgical, very sterile, like Hitman's character usually is.
So
still there was still something that Timothy Olyphant brought to the character that was there.
They didn't realize that Agent 47 is a unique and interesting character.
Well, the script definitely suggested that. And I mean, they should have understood that, and that's why you cast a guy like Timothy Olyphant in that character to be the unique one out of all of these, out of all these manufactured hitmen. But they didn't completely get it. They just
I would say, if anything, my only probably my only real problem with it is they made him a little too human. Not quite
with
as
Timothy Olyphant,
just
with
cold and yeah, he just wasn't quite as cold and methodical as Agent 47 is in the games.
Okay.
I didn't think.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it was.
It's been a long
Yeah.
time since I've seen it, but
But I guess, like, see, and the thing is, it's easy to kind of basically stay within that, but yet go away from that because you're clearly killing the other, you know what I'm saying, the other, you know, the other people that, you know what I'm saying, and everything like that. But in a movie, you still have to interact and, you know, and evoke certain things. So, you know, you're gonna need to be a little bit more humanized, or it becomes like a shithouse attempt at the Terminator or something like that. Maybe I don't
yeah,
know.
that's the thing. Like, to really translate that to a movie is difficult because, yeah, you kind of need the audience to be more invested, which at a certain point you do need to add a little humanity.
Exactly. I mean, now let me ask you this. Let me put this on the wire. I'm gonna put this at risk because it's a personal like for me. But I mean, I just want to see what you guys think. Assassin's Creed movie adaptation.
Never saw it.
jeez. Oh
I
Jesus.
Oh my god, that movie was incredibly boring.
God.
Was that
Oh
was
my
that
god, I fucking hated that movie.
Oh.
was that Jake Gyllenhaal? No, he was in Prince of Persia.
No, Michael Fassbender.
Yeah, I think Jake Gyllenhaal was Prince of Persia.
Yeah.
Never saw it either.
Prince of Persia was a good adaptation.
That's actually worth watching.
It is worth watching.
we
Stone disagrees, I think.
I liked Prince of Persia. It was fun. It was a dumb popcorn movie. It was an entertaining movie.
The game was better.
Assassin's Creed was dog shit. Oh my god, Assassin's Creed was dog shit.
Do you understand eventually how monotonous the game could get at certain points? When, you know what I'm saying, when the first game first came out, there were action moments when you go into the fucking, god damn it. Oh, I used to have all the terminology locked in. But
When you get like into the real world,
no, when you go, you know what I'm saying, when you go back into the, oh my god, the Animus, when you go into the Animus, and you know what I'm saying, and you're there, yeah, those are the moments. But it's like when you're back and you're trying to figure shit out, and you're trying to figure out the next situation. I mean, some of that shit could get monotonous, and then within the shit, it could get a little monotonous with the first movie. I mean, they were trying something a little bit more sophisticated with that movie, I guess. But
I am still surprised that they managed to get Jeremy Irons and Marion Cotillard in that fucking movie.
wait, is she the chick from the first Indiana Jones?
No.
No.
Marion Cotillard played Talia al Ghul in Dark Knight Rises.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Yeah. But she was in Assassin's Creed as well. Yeah, she's a French actress.
wow,
But
so-
yeah, like I watched an interview like they were doing for Assassin's Creed back when I was still excited for the movie. I was consuming as much content as I could about the Assassin's Creed movie. Jeremy Irons was actually kind of excited to be in the movie. He was like, "Ooh, this is going to be fun." It's like, "Yeah, that aged well, didn't it?"
What do you think now, stupid?
Yeah.
You legendary stupid.
Yeah. And then Marion Cotillard was going like, "I have no idea what these video games are about." She was completely oblivious to the video games. She was just there for the paycheck. And I'm like, "Ow. Okay."
well, thank
I
you,
mean, I
guys.
get it. She's an actor. She has, this is her job. I get that.
Yeah, sure, but when you're taking on a role and you're just like, it's based on a video game, don't you at least kind of look into it a little bit?
Exactly.
Do you?
Yeah. It's just like have a little bit more enthusiasm about it, man. Come on.
But the whole situation when you're back out of the Animus and you're being briefed or you're being given information, it's also clinical. It's also morose, you know what I'm saying, in the whole situation. At least in the first game, it was like, oh my god, okay, let me get through. I know I gotta get some of this information because it's important, but please let me get through this so I can get back into the fucking Animus, please.
I would say they got better. They got better with that with successive games, and then at a certain point, they just almost abandoned the outside aspect completely.
The only actor in the entire fucking cast that was actually interested in the IP, the Assassin's Creed IP, who has actually played the games, is Michael Fassbender. He's the only one. Because he's a fan of the video games. That's the only reason why he even agreed to do the movie.
Fucking, even if you don't want to play the games are not your thing, just go on YouTube and look up something. Just like anything. You're getting paid. You're getting paid whatever the fuck you're getting paid. Probably nothing to sniff at. And you don't even check it out a little bit.
Look, do the research or do what Stone says. Put the work in.
Put the work in.
But no, it's just, I mean, Assassin's Creed had so much potential. And even the fucking video games are completely fucked. Because I mean...
What do you mean?
Yeah, the video games are fucked. They are so far separated from...
Yeah, pretty much since, I think, 4.
Yeah.
They really changed things.
Yeah, from 4.
So
they're still being good games, but the story is just kind of really fucking messy after a certain point.
So you mean to tell me that Assassins? So in your viewpoints, Assassins just don't work in every facet of
I'm not
war
saying
and
they
conflict.
don't work. I'm saying that the story they set up in the earlier games has been all but abandoned. Because
okay. Well, I mean, but how long? So
no. It's just the story that they set up is that there was a character that they were introducing that was going to be the villain of the main series. It was a character by the name of Juno, and they actually built her up, and that she was going to show up in a future video game. Until they decided not to have her show up, and they decided to introduce her and tie up her story in a different medium. They introduced her and they tied her up her story arc in a fucking comic book. They didn't tie her up her storyline in the games. They tied up her storyline in the comics. So I was gonna say. So the people who wanted to fight her in the video games, they're not going to get that in the games. If you want to be able to get her story all tied up in a neat little bow, you got to read a comic book.
So I was gonna say I'd go a bit further than 4. I think Juno was still in Syndicate, which was...
Syndicate was the last time that she was...
6?
Last time she was actually a threat.
Yeah, I don't even recall her appearing... Well, I want to say her, but it could be an it. I don't really know exactly. But
she does kind of have an appearance in Odyssey. Kind of, but it's a flashback.
I don't remember that. Was that the Egypt one?
No, that was the Greece one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was the last one I played. I haven't played the newest one, but yeah, they definitely, I don't know. Things just got real messy after a certain point.
Yeah, but no, Juno shows up in the Fate of Atlantis expansion for Odyssey, and that's strictly a flashback. That's it.
Okay, yeah, I never actually got that far.
Yeah. And that's it. But no, it's just like her story gets tied up in a neat little bow in a comic book. It doesn't get handled at all in the video games. And it's the reason why I refuse to play any more Assassin's Creed video games. I won't do it.
Okay, well, let me ask you.
I'll keep playing. Sorry, just cut it. I'll keep playing, but just because they're great games to just put on a podcast or music and just play. But yeah, I lost interest in the story something like, yeah, probably since four, really.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this: are you both you gentlemen familiar with Afro Samurai series?
Yes,
Afro Samurai.
yeah,
Vaguely.
I own all of it.
Okay, what would you? I mean, and did you? Was it reasonable to say that you liked both iterations or everything?
Yeah, I remember enjoying it all.
I never watched it.
What? Okay, okay. Well, let me ask you this, Damien: could a live action adaptation work, or would it be shit?
Hmm. It could work, but I'm trying to picture it, and it seems odd. But it could definitely work. It would just have to be. You'd have to be very particular about the way you did it.
I think it couldn't be. I think it couldn't be too serious.
No, no, I think you'd have to go a little more camp with it.
I would definitely go. Let me see. Let's see what he's saying here. Somebody was fun, both the cartoon and the game. They could totally do a live action movie. Totally. I mean, I definitely it's totally worth a try. I just think that yeah, they would have to go more like you know, they would have to go more like the way Death Proof and fucking like Planet Terror was. They would have to go like that route and,
Like
and have it go that
grindhouse
way.
exploitation style.
Very much so. I
Because
think that,
it's gotta be, yeah, it has to be bloody as fuck.
but it's also got to be belief suspension because it's going to be a lot of shit going on here with because as the anime suggested, it's definitely a lot of shit going on here, especially with the guy who, like, you know what I'm saying. There's a lot of different situations, like with the guy who wields the two shooters, and I mean the way he's doing things. I mean, and other
Yeah,
fighters that he's dealt with. It's a lot going on there. So I think that yeah, going in that style would definitely give it. Like, I mean, because when I think about that, how it could work, I think about Planet Terror and the way and what they were doing in Planet Terror. I think that if you do it like that with this very sinister sense of humor mixed in with mixed in with this like action heavy action situation. I think it could work like that.
I'd definitely be intrigued to see that version of it.
But Hollywood is Hollywood, so we will see. I mean, I think it will take. Will it take longer? Will it take longer than live action Thundercats try? But who knows?
Who knows?
Because Lord knows those. Because Lord knows. I mean, I'm sitting there like a damn preacher now. Lord knows those adaptations of the goddamn Thundercats. After the original, which is I don't even know what the fuck to say. They're changing storylines rather than trying to make the fucking just rather than trying to up what the original story was. Oh yeah, Tiger really hates Lion-O and wants to have his spot. And they're like, what the fuck is all of this? You know what I'm saying?
What are you doing?
Like, we don't need a change in their fucking dynamic. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, it's killing me, but but
All right,
now.
I'll be back in a second.
So now here's the question I want to ask you real quick. Should we start going into Hannibal? Should we wait for you? Should we talk about something else and then wait till you come back before we go into Hannibal, or how would you like us to handle that, sir?
Either way. I don't know. I'll be, I'll be back. I'll be very
Always
quick.
okay. No, always a leader, Damien.
I'll be back.
But I will say this of the Halloween series though. Um, okay, speaking of which, I mean, what other anthologies or what other what other stories would you have injected into the Halloween grab bag as it were. You know what I'm saying? If it were to continue, if it would have continued that way, is there a particular story you would have liked to see played out? You know what I'm saying, in the Halloween world?
Like a different like story to add to the anthology.
Yeah, like Season of the Witch is over. It kind of it had this whole '80s, you know what I'm saying, nostalgia bullshit, and now we're gonna drop a new one for next Halloween. What's the kind of story you would want to see?
Hmm. I'd see something involving a dentist going crazy.
Okay.
A dentist going crazy about the kids
Okay.
getting candy
Okay.
and just the dentist not wanting the kids to get cavities again, and so
Mm-hmm.
going after not going after the kids per se.
Oh damn,
What?
damn,
What?
damn, Charles. Why not? Why not?
All right, fine. Going after the kids. I mean, that's fine. Just
Pulling teeth without Novocaine.
pulling teeth without Novocaine. Okay, yeah, that could be a thing. That reminds you of that old horror movie called The Dentist.
I mean, but see, look, see, he didn't go after kids though.
No,
He
he
didn't go
didn't.
after kids though.
No, he didn't. He went after people that he suspected of having an affair with his wife.
And then it just kind of expounded beyond that because unless his wife was a major league slut down the Sunset Strip, you know what I'm saying? And everybody he was killing wasn't fucking his wife, you know what I'm saying? So I'm
Well,
just
isn't that how it started? Is that
oh yeah,
the first
yeah,
person that
oh yeah,
he
of
did
course.
it to was sleeping with his wife, and then it just like kind of went down a downward spiral after that.
As it does when people get a bloodlust,
Yeah,
which is kind of apropos when we're kind of moving into Hannibal territory, just the
yeah, but the
development.
dentist wasn't a cannibal. It's not like he was eating the teeth.
True enough. You're right, but I'm saying bloodlust isn't always about like blood hunger, you know what I'm saying, or blood thirst. It was or literal thirst, but it's
Yeah,
more
but
about
that
the your reason for killing. Hannibal had his reason for killing. Yeah, you know
yeah,
what
it
I'm saying.
all boils down to what happened to his sister, Misha.
Well, it all boils down to you know, it all boils down to dinner, according to Dr. Lecter.
Yeah, and also apparently, what the hell was he putting in Alana's beer? No, no, no. Later in season three,
I
you
know,
find out
I
that
know.
Alana stops drinking beer because apparently Hannibal was putting someone in Alana's beer. And I'm like, okay, what was he putting in her beer? It's just, was she drinking piss? I mean, I don't know.
Well, that's not so much of see because he's quite literal in that. Um,
Uh, uh,
but he brewed because that beer he brewed in those barrels. So who knows what substituted, you know what I'm saying, or what went into that to that witch's brew of his own homemade barrel beer. I
People
think.
yeast.
Well, you tell me how that happens, sir.
Oh
No, please
no!
expound on how that happens. I would like to know people yeast. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about it, sir. I think the people want to know what people yeast is.
I don't fucking know. It's just,
No, hey, you seem to know, sir.
I just, god damn it. Ah,
Hmm. Come on now. Give your best guess. You seem to
no,
have one.
no.
What are you doing to
I,
Charles? I come back and hit. Damn it! Ah.
He's now resisting talking about people yeast. He brought it up and now he won't share. He will not share.
nope. I'm not going down this route. Nope.
People yeast.
He realized that that somehow he was, you know, apparently, like I said, see, nothing that, of course, we realize that nothing that Hannibal prepares, you know, goes untreated in his own way. So
I guess when it comes to Hannibal, you have want not, waste not. God damn it!
Or no, but like I said, everything that he prepares, even the beer, has some things. But it's like we're trying to figure out how would somebody be put in there. But he said people yeast, and then he didn't want to explain what people yeast is. I was very interested in finding out.
Please do explain.
No,
Yes.
I'm not fucking explaining.
See, now you got two of us asking you to please explain, sir. We like to know what you're saying. That's exactly how I was sounding. I wanted to come with your demeanor a little bit more, Damian. Maybe a little bit more calm demeanor would kind of get him to be more comfortable with, with speaking on people yeast. So, yes. And maybe two of us would just help to ease along the process. So, yes, please,
Oh,
sir.
God damn
Please, sir, tell me about the people yeast, please.
It's the yeast you could do. Huh? Huh?
Let us know how someone can become
It's
part
just-
of the beer making process.
I don't know. It's just like in the process of harvesting things from people, you can make certain beverages.
It's true.
I mean, I don't feel comfortable talking about this.
All right, fine. I'll give you a question you might be more comfortable with. What does he do with the peckers and buttholes? I think it's a reasonable question.
The sphincters, he probably ends up. I don't know. He probably ends up. You know what? I'm not entirely sure what he does with them. He probably doesn't use them. They're probably not usable to him.
He's not going to waste perfectly good parts.
The peckers, on the other hand, the penises, he could probably find some use for them. Although the question is, if he bites down on someone's penis, does that make him gay?
Only a little bit. Mostly no. It's about nourishment, and not. It's fine.
Trying to let me.
Sounds like let me pick anything else.
Let me calm my face here. All right, but this is a good question, though. I'm just saying this is sort of a good question because I hadn't thought about it. I hadn't thought about who would be the Johnny Cage in that situation. Hadn't thought about it, but yeah, that penis thing. There was talk. There was talk on the show, but so I guess it's. It was talk.
Do you think he just like with the butthole? He just like makes a cupcake or something and puts it on top and sticks a little candle in it.
A meat cake.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Stone's like, I don't know if I'm gonna return next week. I'm fucking
Of course,
this piece of garbage.
Of course, I'm gonna return. I just won't eat with you guys ever. So.
Hey, this is not what I eat.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
Well,
okay,
unless it's,
so-
like Christmas or Easter.
But I'm telling you, but I'm telling you, you know what I'm saying? But I'm trying to get the feeling that a butthole cupcake, you know what I'm saying, it wouldn't be knocked off the table by you. I'm just not sure. You know what I'm saying? You're not knocking that off the table. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I'm not going to eat it, but I might
braise it,
eat some other meal and just kind of look at it like, man, that's very finely made.
Especially if he braised you in some sweet sauce and thyme. You know what I'm saying? It just, maybe if
So you're saying it could be made to be delicious.
See?
Buttholes can be delicious. Quote, Mr. Stone.
Quote Mr. Stone. Oh, Mr. Stone. You were
All right,
Oh,
you
you
were
but
don't like
you were the one that
ass? Just
talk,
use a bit of time.
you were the one that was talking about a you were the one that was talking about a you know what I'm saying actual ass cake. You know what I'm saying? But I'm the one who thinks buttholes are delicious. You were talking about an ass cake with a candle in it. With a candle. Like what the hell, man?
yeah, just put the
Because
candle right in
we
the
just,
center.
yeah, exactly. It would fit in
You
there
guys are all
perfectly.
sorts of Will
It's gonna
Graham
hold
locked
it.
in. You guys are all sorts of
It's
Will
not gonna
Graham
fall
locked in
over.
right now. It's a shame. It's a damn shame. Telling you, man. Telling you, you guys are like you guys are getting too swept up. This, you know what I'm saying, this season, and then it's like the whole mystery of the will they reboot? Will they reboot? You know what I'm saying? Will this go on someplace else? I mean, like, see what? Oh god damn it! It's such a harsh question to ask, but Netflix should. Netflix totally should.
Well,
Somebody totally
apparently
fucking.
they shut the show around after it was canceled, and no one was buying. I'm like, really? No one?
They're still hoping.
Like,
Apparently there's still hope.
because like the views they got on NBC were actually pretty like for NBC probably terrible, but for a lot of like cable networks and stuff, they would have been quite happy with those ratings.
I mean, it warps
And
minds.
like a very
But
critically acclaimed show, both
it
audiences and critics
it
who hate
warps
everything.
it warps minds though. It warps minds. It makes people
It
it makes
really
people
does.
it can make people unokay. And you know what I'm saying about things. You know what I'm saying, honestly. And be on NBC, it was I honestly, like I said, I had my daughter watching along with me because I thought it's not gonna be what Silence of the Lambs is. You know what I'm saying? And what's not gonna be that. You know, it's not gonna be Hannibal. It's not gonna be this. And it was that. You know what I'm saying? It was, you know, it was okay. Yeah, it wasn't him. Well, yeah, yeah. Eventually, it came to that sort of thing too. But yeah, it was. So yeah, you know what I'm saying. So Hannibal was everything that was pretty much everything that that whole series was, and yeah, I had no idea it would be that because it was NBC. So I think a lot of people, when they came across it, was thinking kind of like that same thing as NBC is always going to be, and then they, the hell, the horror. You know what I'm saying?
Like, yeah, the entire time throughout the show there would be things I was like, this was fucking NBC. It still blows my mind.
And
Speaking
that
of which, the scene with a mind literally being blown with a shotgun. I was like, this was NBC. A camera pulls through a head that's been shot with a shotgun.
you go down a slippery slope. You know what I'm saying? Dealing with a very artistically done, horror. You know what I'm saying? Horror series, book series, and things like that done like that. You go down a very slippery slope. NBC found out. Hence their, you know what I'm saying? Hence one of their slogans: "The more you know." You know, they look. They
Or
gave
in
it a
the
shot.
case of the guy that got his head blown off, the more you not know.
Yeah.
What should he have? What should he have known?
Well, he doesn't know anything now because boom.
He's got
Maybe
no
he knew too much.
He got no brains. He don't know nothing now. He don't know nothing. No brains now.
Ah.
My goodness. I mean, look. I get it, man. Look, I guess we're gonna go ahead and get into this here. So, like, it is in some way. So, starting from the beginning of the third season, if we're gonna get right into it, I guess. Did we feel like? Did you feel like, or that really the leverage that he had over her is what really just kind of had her, you know what I'm saying, leaving with him? Or was he or was he really in some way like really warping her mind? I mean, is he really, I mean, He really seems to have the ability to do that. What do you think that was that basically had her actually decide to leave with him? I mean, we start to see
I'm
those things, but I'm still saying, is it the leverage? Is it the leverage?
no, no, and I'm still trying to figure it out to a point exactly what it was, but
I mean,
I
we're gonna have to
and we've
wait
talked
down the
about this,
line.
yeah, but we've talked about this with shows in the past, and I honestly I'm struggling to find anyone in this show that I would classify as a good guy.
Jack Crawford. I still
Mm,
hold. Look, Jack
I
Crawford.
mean, probably
Look.
him more than anyone.
But by our standards, yeah, Jack Crawford is, oh, fucking government FBI guy. He fucking did this and blah 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? But he was always, when he didn't go out, he wasn't going outside the book to fuck somebody up just because. He wasn't trying to do shit just to, what I'm saying, to get shit that people who didn't deserve it. He put himself outside the line to fucking catch Hannibal Lecter. Put his life on the line to catch Hannibal Lecter. You know what I'm saying? People who are bullshit people, who are just corrupt, and I'm about being a superstar type of person, doesn't still pursue this guy who is highly dangerous as Hannibal Lecter is. You know what I'm saying? You walked away from giving your badge and your fucking gun at that point because they're trying to strip you of your whole career, and you still pursue Hannibal Lecter. That to me is not someone who was just trying to be a fucking superstar like fucking Chilton. You know what I'm saying? And shit like that. Or professional curiosities that, professional curiosities and dangling herself like a fucking, like a fucking pork chop, to hungry wolves, like fucking Alana Bloom or anything like that. He was just trying to catch motherfuckers, these sick motherfuckers that was making, displays out of people. You know what I'm saying? Or one particular person that was inspiring the choice of a new generation. You know what I'm saying? Or as it were, so it's like, so that's why I feel like Jack Crawford is the one, because he had no other. He lost, and then he lost so much. Motherfucker died. Excuse me. The motherfucker went through his life and praised, honored, and what I'm saying, and did his, even in her afterlife, honored her by spreading her ashes out there. You know what I'm saying, in the water. You know what I'm saying, out there in Italy. Never
Where they
knowing.
met, from memory, right? Though I think you
Yeah.
said that's where they met.
Yeah, never knowing that she was fucking cheating on him for whatever dumbass reason. And Lecter just basically holds that secret. Never says anything.
Wait,
Also,
wait. So Bella
Wait,
was cheating on Crawford.
yeah, I completely missed that.
absolutely.
With who?
It never came to that, to my knowledge. It never they
So
never it was never a conversation about who it was, but they made it, but they only alluded that it was somebody. See, but I guess that whole, when everything starts.
was this in season? Was it one where she's having the therapy sessions with him? Is that where that came out?
Yes.
Fuck, I must have zoned out for a minute because I completely missed that.
Yeah. And he, what I'm saying, basically she died. Well, she died basically giving that secret to at least Hannibal, other than the other person that she was. And they alluded that it was somebody that he knew. And then I guess because of what ended up happening with the seasons and ultimately the show, I guess they just never really like reached that point. What I'm saying, to where they did a whole reveal on that. They kind of shifted really hard into her getting sick and
Yeah,
sicker, and then trying to kill herself, and then and everything that kind of just moved beyond with that. It just never really became something. They almost made it seem like the thing that they played with. They almost made it seem like he was confronting her about knowing about the affair, but then they just made it like it. But all of a sudden, it was just like it was really him knowing about her having cancer.
I
And
wonder if maybe they moved away from it. Like maybe that was their Principal Skinner is not Principal Skinner kind of moment, and they're just like, yeah, maybe that was a bit of a misstep. Maybe that wasn't the greatest decision as far as these characters go.
I guess, but once you've heard that, it's hard
Yeah, that's the
not to
thing.
it's hard not to process like, okay, why did we say it to not pursue it? I mean, and I guess I understood, okay, we're not going forward with these 6, 7 seasons, so we're not going to dig into that. We kind of, and then all of a sudden we kind of shifted really hard into the, what I'm saying, into her getting sicker and moving right into, what I'm saying, dying or even trying to kill herself before things could really get there and everything like that. It was just like, but then you always kind of, well, okay, here we go. We got a question. Season 3 is the final season of Hannibal. Yes.
Question and a
Technically,
very
yes.
definitive statement.
Technically, yes, because they made it that way. Like I said, I think we all agree that based on the content of this show and staying true to it, there's no way they really could have did 6, 7 seasons of this on NBC. It was just too everything. You know what I'm saying? It was just too in your.
Well,
It was just too artistically in your face, but it was going to be in your face. It's not just brutal, but it's brutal. I mean, it's not brutal in the way that people think about just brutal. But
I
it
mean,
was
at times it was very
because
like
because of
it
the
rivals some of the most disturbing shit I've seen in like movies that don't have the restrictions of network TV.
but it was like dynamically brutal. If you know what I'm saying, if that makes sense. Honestly, I'm gonna try to use that, but like dynamically brutal. It's weird in that way. Everybody just had a unique situation. It was almost like shooting someone was a cheat. Like it was. That's why it was like only. That's why when it came to fucking Chio, for example, it had to be like she had to do it like in this very elegant sniper type way to make what I'm saying, to make shooting seem, what I'm saying, a little bit more elegant and up to the level of what what I'm saying, of what everything else was. In a weird way because
It was tactical instead of just being the easy way.
yeah, because everybody else was just like and see and that was the thing about that was the thing that they had to do to give a little bit more I'm saying validation to Red Dragon, but I'm trying not to go too far forward before we do the proper analyzations here. But
Mhm.
it
The
was like
Great Red Dragon. Yeah, we get
yeah,
it, dude.
but yeah, it's
Relax.
but yeah, it's like they had to give him a little more I'm saying validity toward the end because like essentially when he takes some of the other family and whatnot. I mean, he does shoot them. You know what I'm saying? He does at least shoot. You know what I'm saying? The majority of the family before. You know what I'm saying? He cuts the father's throat and like I guess he has them, but he's shooting everybody else, and then he's mostly posing them more than anything. You know what I'm saying? The whole. I mean, but I guess we'll get into our whole thoughts
We'll get to
about
that.
that because I mean they really seem to make him a fighter at that point. You know what I'm saying? The way even I mean, but at any rate, we'll just keep going here. Now, back to him being in Paris and then in Italy. You know what I'm saying? At least at that point in the first moments there. Like what
Which
do
the
you?
first, like, because I think I said this in the Telegram chat. To me, this season felt like two seasons in one.
It definitely was.
Which I kind of I thought was because they knew they were getting canceled, but based on the little bit I read, I don't think they did know until it was actually canceled. So I think it's just the way they planned out the season. Because the first half is essentially, it's pretty much a loose version of the movie Hannibal slash probably the book. I've never read the book, but and then
Well,
second half obviously being Red Dragon.
but they turn things. But it's like they turn things. Things were switched up. You know what I'm saying? From what I remember, because
Oh yeah, they definitely like. I mean, Hannibal, the movie. If they were going to do that, that should have technically happened in the future.
but the thing I'm saying is okay. The thing that kind of gets me, Freddie Lounds survives. It just that was one thing, and then like what happened to him, what I'm saying, it happened to him, Freddy, and Red Dragon happens to Chilton, You know,
Yeah,
and Hannibal,
like for
and
real.
he survives, and he fucking survives, and it's like, huh? And then it's like the one thing that seemed, and then it was like he was meaning to do the whole thing. He was gonna do the whole thing, the whole Leota thing, on fucking Will Graham. Like what?
That, given everything else, that scene really, I was very surprised by. Like, as soon as it sort of started playing out, I was like, I think I know where this is going. But I thought, at the very least, it would have he would uh, eat fucking Jack's brain instead of Will.
See that? Yeah, that maybe, but then I'll be right back. But I thought about that, but then it just didn't seem like that's where it was going.
Okay, so
Ah, I thought I froze.
yep. Okay, so
Because
yeah.
you've what did you say? You've only seen Red Dragon, right?
Let's see which ones. No. I've seen Red Dragon. Yes, I've seen parts of Silence of the Lambs. I have not seen it all the
Okay.
way through. I have never seen Manhunter.
I've seen parts of that, but it's always been one I've actually wanted to watch properly.
I've never seen Hannibal, the movie Hannibal. I've only seen very few parts of it though. I think the only scene from Hannibal, the only two scenes from Hannibal that I've seen is the scene where Mason Verger gets massacred by his pigs.
Yeah,
And then I saw the part where Ray Liotta is getting a part of his brain cooked by Hannibal Lecter. That's the
yeah,
only of that
I
movie
do
that I've
recall us
seen.
talking about that because that's one of those scenes that it never leaves you. That scene.
Yeah,
It's one of those things. Once you've seen it,
and then
you watched it. You can't unwatch it.
of course I have also seen Hannibal Rising.
Oh, you have? Okay, I've never seen that one either.
Yeah, Hannibal Rising was pretty
Yeah,
good.
that and Manhunter, I need to get to.
Yeah, I have seen Hannibal Rising and I did enjoy it. I thought it was pretty good.
Well, yeah, like I'm trying to remember. There was definitely quite a few things I noticed from Hannibal that were in the first half of this season. Like the brain eating scene almost was in this season, but then what was it the other scene? Where he disemboweled and hung the inspector like out of the window.
Mm.
Yeah, that was also in Hannibal as well.
Podsy.
Yeah, Potsy.
Ronaldo Podsy.
Yeah. And,
That was actually
and then I
taken
guess the
directly.
general setting as well.
That was taken directly from Hannibal, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, yeah.
The movie Hannibal.
Yeah, and then the setting. God, there was other things I noticed. This is why I need to start taking notes. I forget shit
Yeah,
almost instantly.
yeah. Now, of course, I know that in the show Hannibal, the way Mason Verger dies is not the same way that he died in the movie Hannibal. Because in the movie Hannibal,
No, because
he's massacred by his own pigs.
yeah. Whereas in the show, it was the eel.
It was
Oh,
the
the
eel.
eel slash his sister.
Yes.
Although I don't like they were holding him under the water. I don't think that was really necessary. I don't think he was really in any kind of shape to, you know, get out of there.
Well, I'm sorry. I hope I'm not cutting in on anything too deep here. I wanted
I
to
was just
ask.
talking about the difference in the way Verger died, Mason Verger died, between Hannibal the movie and the series.
Well, still talking about it.
They were pretty much done. But like, you've seen Hannibal the movie, right?
Yep. I'm a
Yeah, we're just saying like he was killed by his pigs. in that one. Whereas in this one, he was killed by his eel that he had in the center of his room and his sister.
but it's thing once it's like a chess game trying to adapt. This because he becomes so obsessed with the pigs. In the movie, it almost felt like because of the whole original thing about it, it became more poetic that that would be his thing. You know what I'm saying? That would be his fate at that point. But because because it was more, how can I put it? He didn't seem see in the movie. He didn't seem as obsessed with that situation. I mean, do you feel like it was the same obsession that
No, he
that
was
he?
definitely, yeah.
Because I
The
didn't.
obsession was at least doubled in the show. Like he was, he was really just,
Yeah, he
he
was really
had to
upset.
get that shit done. Like he needed to get that shit done.
And like everything was about like working his pigs up to that, and what I'm saying, and that whole sort of thing, and but then it was like when he first met Hannibal, it was like under the circumstances, under the different circumstances, it was just they kind of, I don't know. See, the thing about networks, I think overall, before I get into the thing I was trying to get into, was like the thing with networks is like they try to, because especially when it comes to a title character, they want to be able to get you to sort of, as much as they possibly can, like this guy, you know? And
Or
it's
like
like,
whether or not you like. I mean, the goal probably isn't to be like, I like this guy and what he does. It's more to be like, I like how twisted and evil, and it's sort of like the way
or
you like Michael Myers.
or at the very least, you like him more than you like Mason Verger. You like
Yeah,
him more than you like Dr. Chilton. You like him more than you like, what I'm saying? Like, but you never can like him more than you like Will Graham. Though even still. But although they try to rise it to make it seem like, see, you like Will Graham more than you like Hannibal, but he's not really all that dissimilar to Hannibal. This is what we're going to do, because they're trying to, in their mindset, longevity is about people being invested in him in that way, and it's like it's hard. It's fucking hard. It's hard to
there was
be
actually one. There was one really cool shot I noticed. It was at one point Will was talking to Hannibal through the glass, jumping forward a little bit, but he was talking to Hannibal through the glass, and Hannibal's reflection was sort of. It was almost like it was on him. Like
Mhm.
it almost made it look like sort of him and Hannibal were occupying the same space.
I'll give
I
you
just
one
thought that
better.
was a really cool shot.
I'll give you one better than that. Heading back to where I was heading to, how about when he was doing that lecture in Italy, and he was talking about like their old world sculptures of the what I'm saying, of the devil and everything like that, and he stood in front of what I'm saying, one of those one of those slides, and how it was
And he
and
sort of
how it was like
almost disappeared into it.
yeah.
Yeah,
See,
that was cool.
I don't remember that. But then again, during his speeches in Italy at the college, I wasn't really like I didn't really notice any of that. I didn't.
Oh
I
yeah.
was more paying attention to the people he was talking to.
See this whole world that was created around Hannibal Lecter. It's like a lot of these people who are intelligent minds, but are still, but are still in their own ways greatly affected, and it's like, and it makes them very troublesome in their own ways. But it's like, but they're charged. A lot of these people are charged with helping other people, and they seem to be very, very, it's like in that world, being aware of your issues is almost parallel to being like in control of them, like, which I think is a very, very dangerous, what I'm saying, thought process to be in.
Hmm.
You to be aware of your, what I'm saying, of your obsessions and you know what I'm saying, or professional curiosities, but yet you're still acting on them in ways that put you in danger. You're still acting on them in ways that make you look like, you know what I'm saying, that make you look like an attention whore, clout seeker, and you still do it. That's not being in control. That's just being aware of what it is that you will do and being willing to, I guess, be honest about that. But that doesn't mean you're in control. And I think a lot of these people weren't as in control as they would sort of like wrap themselves up, you know, say up to be. It's like everybody. See, and that's the thing. Jack never pointed fingers at anybody. Like he wanted to spoke and wanted to know why on things. Why would you call fucking Hannibal and tell him that, you know what I'm saying, that we were gumming? You know what I'm saying? Like, why would you? You know what I'm saying? It's like he just wants to fucking know. Everybody else is just playing a game, and you know what I'm saying? And they think they know, and everybody's playing fucking chess. He's not trying to do all of that. You know what I'm saying? He's just, you know what I'm saying? He's just trying to fucking figure out what's right here and do.
He's looking around him and just being like, seriously, what the fuck is going on?
And it was so
like, honestly, I just want, what the fuck are you people doing?
Because see, and that's the thing, and see, and the person who always felt like they had the right to do it, and, you know what I'm saying, and was the worst of that, Alana Bloom, she always felt like she had the right to do that, and I never felt like she had the right. She never had the right to stand in anybody's room angry, act like what the fuck is going on, like she's fucking confused. You know what I'm saying? Like,
from season 2 onwards, I don't like that character. Throughout the whole season 1, I liked that character. Season 2 onwards, the fuck out of here.
It was just, to me though, I don't like. I don't know. Like, everybody's got their favorite. Apparently in this one we do have our, you know, so somebody will at least Charles, he had his favorite, Margot. Margot was definitely his favorite. I can understand why.
I mean, yeah, and that was I will say that's the only time in the last 2 seasons I actually liked Alana Bloom. That fucking kaleidoscope lesbian scene that just came out of nowhere.
You know what?
I was just like, nice.
I skipped through that scene because I was like, you know what? I don't want to see this.
But you know what that did for me?
See, I did want to see it, and they kept fucking with me with graphics. Jerks.
That gave me a call back to Dark. I was just like, wow, that just kind of took me right back to like the Dark intros and shit like that. I was just like, damn, that's just kind of crazy how they're doing that right now.
So, oh, you're talking about the intro credits to Dark where it all looked like a kaleidoscope.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sort of weird symmetry stuff, and it's like, I mean, this went further. It was like things splitting off and stuff. But did I miss things earlier in the season, or did that literally just come out of nowhere?
It came out of nowhere, but mainly, you know, because
yeah. It's just like that was like the first time that we actually see the two of them together.
I mean, because
and then Mason's like, "So, how long have you and Alana been an item?" That Bane-sounding prick. What do you? Not that long. Oh well, blah blah blah. That fat guy who does things for me said it's been quite a while. His voice annoyed me so much.
Yeah. People actually prefer the original actor of
Michael Pitt was great.
Yeah. People liked him more. They don't like Joe Anderson all that much.
Reasoning. Partial asshole. Reason why Michael Pitt, the guy, you know what I'm saying, they changed the casting. Partial asshole. Scheduling conflicts. You know what I'm saying? That's part of. Those are the reasons.
Because the only thing I've really got it was, yeah, I figured it had to have been, because like, but what else? What is he doing? I haven't seen him pop up. That was the first time since Boardwalk. And that was probably only a few years after. Yeah, it wouldn't have been too long after his run on Boardwalk.
Who knows? Because you know how. You know how where his character is typecast from. You know, he's like that. He's always been like that. That like weird kid, that odd kid that like he seemed like to me he would play like he would constantly play the kid that you kind of could see maybe had evil tendencies, you know what I'm saying, as he was coming up. Like he's always been that guy. Like do you guys remember Funny Games?
Oh,
No.
that title rings a bell.
Where him and a friend of his they come in like white prep outfits or whatever, and they fucking torture and kill people. Like it's, you know what I'm saying, but they like to flaunt, and they like, you know what I'm saying, they pretty much were more like trying to flaunt in a way and play games with, you know what I'm saying, with investigators, you know what I'm saying, like they wouldn't catch him and shit like that. You know, it was just he was just like being built to be like certain people. Just like all of a sudden you just know who's gonna be a part of certain shit. You're just not surprised. When I saw him, I was like, yeah, totally not surprised. I'm totally not surprised to see him
Because I kind
as
of
a
got
guy.
used to him as Jimmy on Boardwalk, where he was. I mean, he was definitely had some shit wrong with him, but he was almost emotionless a lot of the time in that show. Whereas this was him being almost campy, psychotic in a way.
Well,
Not
you
like
know,
haha, but it was definitely sort of like that, sort of on his way to becoming like a Batman villain or something.
well, it was too late. I mean, you know, it was definitely killing. You know what I'm saying? That whole face scene was definitely killing joke level. But I mean, you know, we always knew that. I guess people just didn't feel like that he had that in him. But Jared Leto, of course, you know, go
I mean, yeah.
figure, huh? Go figure, huh? But I'm definitely saying like if that was look if you ever wanted to audition to be Joker in any other, you know, to be any other adaptation, send that fucking scene from fucking Hannibal. That'll do it.
I mean, really, because that scene when he's just cutting off pieces of his face and feeding it to Will's dogs, that was really just like far more graphic than Batman, but it very much felt like, yeah, very Jokerish.
But let me ask you guys, what do you guys really feel like his purpose when he shifted from when he left and shifted from France and then eventually Italy and whatnot? Like, what the fuck was the purpose really? Do you really think his purpose was fucking like let me just ask you, what do you think his real purpose was? I just won't lead the situation. I just ask you, like, what do you think his real reason for being there and doing what he was doing? Seriously,
You mean like killing the professors and stuff?
while trying to act like he wanted to be part of that whole situation, and then just, you know, and then eventually just, yeah, doing that type of shit. Now I know old boy Damian kind of necessitated a situation to where, but although I think he was really mainly trying to get some sort of fucking weird threesome going. You know what I'm saying? With him and his wife.
Yeah, he's like, is this that kind of party?
I'm not even saying
Very,
that
very
yet.
long pregnant pause. No, this is not that kind of party.
Yeah, but yeah, it's that. But then it's like the other situation. I want to help you untwist. You know what I'm saying? And into a mutually beneficial. You know what I'm saying? Into a position that's mutually beneficial. Like he's still like trying to. I don't know. Like what the fuck do you? I mean, but
Yeah,
anyway, like.
I wasn't quite sure either.
But what
But
about but before we dive into that situation, because I mean it certainly was enough gay innuendo, but it was not that we have an issue with that, but I mean but I
no,
th- but,
not that
but I
there's
think
anything wrong with that.
but I think in a way with European guys or whatever, I think it's real easy to always try to say, you know what I'm saying, to try to always, you know what I'm saying, sometimes to dump that on them, like, oh, guy very well dressed, and you know what I'm saying, or something like that. You know, it's easy to
Those
put that on.
goddamn European flamers.
But I mean, but then it's like I gotta give the other guys credit. I mean, on the side note, real quick, gotta give, you know, so gotta give basically Barry the TV show credit, because, you know what I'm saying, people might think that whole situation with NoHo Hank was random, but there have been reports that I even saw myself about issues with, you know what I'm saying, with, you know what I'm saying, Chechen, you know what I'm saying, Chechen gay men being persecuted and killed, you know what I'm saying, out there in Chechnya and everything like that. So, it's a thing, and I think it was honestly refreshing to see that the crew that he was running with, the family that he was running with, seemed to be, they seem to be accepting of that because, what I'm saying, or at least that's what they're trying to write the story on. Not sure how completely how more true one is than the other, or if both have their own place in what's going on out there. There's some people who are okay, and some people who really aren't. But anyway, back to the other situation here. Like, what do you guys really think his purpose? Like everything that was going on in Italy, just whatever your take was. What do you feel like ultimately was Hannibal's purpose for being there with her and everything like that?
I got the impression, especially when we were talking to Inspector Pazzi or Pazzi, that Hannibal always felt at home in Italy, specifically Florence. That was always his home to him.
So why was he making so like in his speech? Why was he his lecture? Why was he trying to make his home his gallows?
Like trying, like killing the people there.
Or basically seeming like the self destruct in that place. Like why?
I
That's my
think
that's my take. My take. I feel like he was going there and starting to self destruct for whatever reason.
I think it was to get Will's attention. I think is what it
Yeah.
was. He knew that Will was going to come looking for him, and he wanted Will to find him.
So all that just
And
for
there
to
was that
what
one
end?
there was one conversation. I'm trying to remember the whole thing. She had that one conversation with Bedelia,
Mm,
where she's like, "You're really trying to draw him to you, aren't you? Or draw everyone to you?"
yep.
She was my favorite.
And
She was
I
my
think
favorite.
like
Mm-hmm.
I think ultimately he was trying to draw Will, but you know, he's, I think he kind of enjoyed the, I guess, the thrill of the hunt or whatever. I guess he kind of enjoyed that element of it. He liked the idea that there were people after him, and he figured he was going to be able to best everyone, and then ultimately at the core of it, draw Will to him, who
Yeah.
he really wanted to follow him and go away with him.
Yeah. Well, he eventually came to the realization that he was going to have to eat Will Graham.
So that was the
And
Yeah, that
purpose.
was. I'm trying to think of the conversation that led to that. That was another Bedelia conversation.
yes, it was.
So okay.
Yeah, her motives though, I'm still trying to figure out that character.
I mean, what I started to feel like after a while was that she was the first attempt before Will. I think that she was the first that she was his first attempt at like getting someone to know him and see him and things like that and maybe connect more, what I'm saying, into his world and things like that. And I think
To
that
find a true friend in his twisted definition of a friend.
I think his definition of a friend is like anyone else's. I just
I
think
mean,
that
yeah, it's
I
more the
think I think
circumstance.
the foundation of it, yes, but the parameters, the details within it, yeah, they're very unique to him as with anybody else in their friendship. No one had, there's no standard of what a friendship is supposed to be. Everybody has their own standards to it. Everybody has their own things that connect them to other
That's true.
people. Some simpler than others, some more complex. Some people hardly have friends because they feel like their system of what connects or what makes a friend is more complex. It has more of a checklist. How do you guys see that?
Yeah, he's trying to find someone like-minded who understands him and accepts him for who he is.
How about you in your
And
personal life? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Is it more of a simplified thing that connects you to friends? Is it a more complex checklist that you have? Milestones or whatever that have to happen for you feel like, you know what, I really got a friend here.
Uh, for me, it boils down to just who I just really click with.
Yeah, pretty
It,
much.
like, I mean, if we have a lot of the same interests, if we just enjoy each other's company, I mean, it doesn't matter if there are some things that we don't really have in common. I mean, as long as we have enough in common, I mean, sure, we can be friends.
Yeah, I'd agree to that.
Yeah.
See, me, I have to admit it is a little more complex for me because I can have like certain interests with people, and then it's like with certain other things, it's like, for example, and it's oddly enough, there's people that I've grown up around, and we've grown up in the same eras, but a lot of people try to act like a lot of the things that I was interested in, they couldn't have been. I mean, like I said, growing up in the fucking '80s, it's like as a young kid, it's like if you wanted to try to be on everybody else, like especially coming up where I was coming up, black, you know what I'm saying, black music, African American entertainers, MTV was the thing. You wanted to see music videos, that was a thing you fucking watched. And if you wanted to see African American musicians up there, okay, here were your choices. You had Herbie Hancock, Tina Turner, Michael Jackson, and Prince. There you go. So if they weren't on, what you had was Ozzy Osbourne. You know what I'm saying? Bark at the Moon. Or Shout, you know what I'm saying? Or Shout in the Dark. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, this shit looks kind of fucking awesome. Like, am I the only fucking one who feels this way? Am I the only one who looks like me, who
Says
feels like that shit is fucking crazy looking? You know what I'm saying? This whole woman, that shit is fucking awesome. It's like, everybody like to like Halloween, but that shit is fucking like awesome to me. Like, and nobody else thought that. It's just me. You know what I'm saying? Like Queens, another one bites the dust. That shit, you know what I'm saying? That bass line isn't fucking just awesome. Like, it's just me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I guess so then. But the point that I'm trying to make is that when you try, it's like I knew the older I got around here that trying to, tell somebody that the other stuff that I liked outside of hip hop or my mom's R&B music or whatever, and trying to keep in line with that. People couldn't understand that I liked that shit. People couldn't understand that I liked fucking anime or Ren and Stimpy and all that type of shit like that. And it was hard to find true people that I could kind of be my complete self with and everything like that. So you know how many times I gotta fucking turn the radio station from 96X that's playing fucking Disturbed. You know what I'm saying? Because we got to turn to a fucking, you know what I'm saying, R&B and hip hop station to appease the, you know what I'm saying, the majority of the people that might ride in my fucking car. I mean, it's just the way it is sometimes.
yeah, like,
But yeah,
really? You don't like Stupefy? And they're like, no. What are you crazy? You do?
shit, I'm sorry. That fucking, speaking of adaptations while we're here, that fucking, Hello Darkness is like, oh my god, from Disturbed. It's like, holy shit.
Oh, the
I
Sound of
thought they
Silence cover.
that's what it is. Okay, that's what the fuck it is. Why do I keep fucking forgetting that damn title? But I thought it could get no better than the original version, Simon and Garfunkel. I thought it could get no better than that. But then they fucking put their talents to it, and it was fucking awesome.
Oh, so what you're saying is that the Disturbed cover of Sound of Silence was good. Yeah, that's debatable.
Oh hell no, it's not. Hell no, it's not. Are
I
you
do
kidding
not
me?
like.
I think
I
you're
do
going to be
not.
outvoted here, Charles.
Oh my god! I listened to that song, and I was driving my car, listening to that song on the radio, and I wanted to undo my seatbelt, open the driver's side car as I was driving, and jump out into traffic.
Ah,
Well,
yo,
the
always
the
with the
emotion
drama.
the emotion of the moment, the emotion of that song could definitely make you feel a little bit heavy. I can understand you wanting to you wanting to eat it out there in the street, but you know what I'm saying. But it just sometimes you got to make sure that you balance out. You don't get too wrapped too deeply in the song, Charles. That's what actually happened to you. I think you got a little too wrapped in.
I never liked the singer of Disturbed. I never liked his voice. I always thought it was obnoxious and annoying.
Oh my God! Why?
Wait, how is it obnoxious? I get I get if you could find it annoying, like that's personal taste, but what's obnoxious about it though?
I don't know. Just that's the word I have to describe it. It's just it came off as obnoxious to me.
Now we're gonna be in a log jam because I think Jim has an issue.
I'm not jamming anybody's logs.
Oh boy, here we go.
You have an issue with Disturbed too, don't you? You don't like Disturbed either, right?
Oh, I dislike that band greatly.
Oh God, here we go. Why?
See, two versus
he sent,
two.
He sent me a picture 2 days ago where he was listening to Disturbed and loving it.
You shut your fat mouth, jerk. I see you gained 3 pounds.
Look at this.
I'll give you 3 reasons why I hate Disturbed.
Look at this guy.
His shiny bald head, his stupid long labret piercing, and there you go.
That's iconic. The piercings are stupid. I agree.
Makes me go.
Very good.
But you're gonna so that is gonna make you shit on their version of The Sound of Silence.
Yeah, well, okay. It's hard to listen to, but it is listenable. I feel like when I'm listening to it, he's waiting behind me to fuck me. He's fucking singing it over my shoulder into my ear, and he's got a heart on.
His hands just sort of lightly on your shoulder.
Look, folks. If what dreams may come are true, if that movie's true, then you know what Jim's hell is.
Well, I've got Mr. You go ahead, Damian.
I was just say being fucked by David Draymond every day.
I got something weird to show you guys. Charles,
And every time he comes,
apparently, no, you and I.
Get down with the sickness. The sickness is AIDS.
Apparently, we were Scooter Brothers at one point in time. This is during Hannibal season 2 conversation. Look at our faces. We both.
The reason why that Will Graham is being released next week is because when they were checking out those girls for the fishing stuff, they discovered
the same
that
facial
stuff
hair
was done by Will, but it was also done by the Chesapeake Ripper. So that's when they found out that the Chesapeake Ripper was behind all of it.
When did we both get the same facial hair? And
was
Gay.
It's the exact same. It's got a soul patch, a chin, and a thin mustache. Did I just go in that video?
I think you did.
What the fuck?
They've always had a token black.
Go back.
Always had a token black, man.
Please go back.
You leave our token blacks alone. Brother, we work hard for those.
Oh, look at that! Look at my hair and look at my hair in this video. It's back when I actually did have hair.
You look so handsome, Charles. But seriously, when did we do that? Like, the exact same soul patch, chin, and thin mustache. When did we decide to do that?
Oh my god! And I'm thin. I'm thin in this. Holy shit!
What's even crazier is this is a weekly show, and I went through it, and you and I have a different look almost every single week. Like, talking about, like, you're bald one episode, you got fucking long hair the next one. Really weird. You got a fucking Fu Manchu in another. You're wearing a dress in another. It's so weird. You're not wearing a dress in any of them, but still.
Charles, do you have a series of facial hair and hair wigs?
You got a master of disguise fucking in your bed. Well, that was fun. That was a fun trip down memory. I saw the Blackening, guys. Speaking of token blacks, I saw the Blackening last night.
That stuff was done by Will, but it was also
like licking my lips, like, yeah, we're gonna kiss with these mustaches.
We're good.
We're gonna kiss. Oh, jeez. My recommendation
Yeah, how
to all
was
you
it?
guys. The Blackening was a good movie. Stone, I know you've been interested. We've talked about it. I don't know if you were going to watch or not. He's on mute. But definitely a very fun movie. And they definitely... there's really nothing to review about it, especially without spoilers. You know what I mean? I will say, and this will make sense once you all see the movie all the way through, they should have called it Spades. It makes sense. It makes sense. Trust me. That's not me making a racist joke. But the movie should absolutely have been called Spades. Another funny thing is the credit just starts and it just says black for a while. And then the black slowly fades, pans backwards or whatever until you can see it says The Blackening in small letters next to it, but just big black. And that's it. That's my review.
I mean, would you say it's worth a watch?
Yes, it's funny. It's very funny. They play a gay very good, which is rare, you know. Look, black movies, that's one thing, those of you who hate the blacks, that they do very, very well are gay people. They don't play them in this gross pandering kind of way. It's just a fucking dude who's a gay. You know what I mean? Like if you watch a Medea movie, they might be all flamboyant and gay, but, you know, they're just another character in the story. They're not, used exploitively. You know what I mean?
They're not constantly pointing the finger like, look, see? Gay. He's gay. See?
Yeah.
Gay.
I mean, the closest to any sort of... It's not even an agenda. There's just one thing where the guy goes... they're saying who's the blackest, and then the gay guy goes... Well, my dad used to always say, gay is just white wrapped up in a whole bunch of dick, and tonight I'm going to agree with him. So that was a kind of a funny line, but...
I mean, it is, but I'm thinking, okay, am I coming in on the wrong part? Should I got some
The Blackening. We were talking... I would do a spoiler-free review of The Blackening. I definitely very much enjoyed it. My kids watched it too. They don't even watch. They hate horror movies, but they came out about halfway through the movie and they just sat down and stayed there.
So someone said gay is just white wrapped in a whole lot of dick.
Yeah, the gay guy. Like I said, there's a scene where it's like a Saw-like killer, and it's got what's his name from the tall white guy from Drew Carey show with the black Didi Badar or something. What's his name? The guy who tries to blow Jay and Silent Bob.
The guy from fucking... Oh, no, wait. You mean the short one? That was Diedrich Bader.
The tall one. The tall black-haired one.
Diedrich Bader.
The guy who tried to get Jay and Silent Bob to suck each other.
That's Diedrich Bader, but he's not tall.
He's not tall. He's not tall.
He's definitely tall. He's taller than everybody on the screen all the time.
In fucking Drew Carey show, you had the guy from Whose Line Is It Anyway, who was much taller.
He's not as tall as Ryan Stiles, but he's not.
Thank you, Ryan Stiles.
Yeah,
Jesus, Damian. All right, he's not the tallest on that one show, but he's still a tall man. He's 6'2". 6'2", Damian. What are you, 5'8"?
That's tall in midget land, sure.
How tall are you, Damian?
6'2". I don't know. Probably about the same.
What? You're 6'2"?
Nah, roughly. Somewhere between 6 and 6'2".
What? How does nobody? How do you not know your fucking height, you weirdo?
What? I don't measure myself every day. Am I 8?
Are you serious? You're over 6 feet. You're at least 6 foot tall.
Okay.
Yeah, roughly.
So I just watched. I don't know if Jim is still here, but I just watched. I just watched the trailer for The Blackening. I might check it out.
Really? I think you'll enjoy it.
It looks funny.
It's funny. It's got all. It's a proper horror. It's not like a parody. It's not like Scary Movie. You know what I mean? It's a horror comedy, but it's not a comedy horror. It's not too heavy on the horror, but it's certainly there. It's got all the elements. I enjoyed it a lot.
Why black women gotta save everybody all the time? That kind of threw me. I have to be honest.
Look, I'm gonna check it out because I mean I don't know. I mean I'll check it out on the interwebs. So
Oh, and
Next week, The Blackening.
Stone, since you missed it. Oh, he left again.
No, I'm good.
Oh, since you missed it before, I said this. Then this is not a racist joke, but the movie, and you'll see when you see it, it should have been called Spades. It'll make perfect sense when you see it. It should have been called Spades. It would have been. I guess The Blackening's a really good name. I think they must have wanted to call it Spades. I guarantee you, at some point, that was on the fucking menu, calling that movie Spades.
How's that? See, I just wonder why that, because I don't think it's a game called Spades that we play and fucking love. So it's just like, okay, but
look, the amount of times that Spades the game factors into the plot, it's more than just a runaway. It had to be the original title of the movie. It had to be. Because it almost doesn't make sense.
Look,
you know what happens if a lady has that tattooed on them, right?
What?
That means they like the cock.
Oh, fuck you, man.
I swear to God. I swear to God. They ruined it. Stupid white women. They ruin everything. And they ruined the Ace of Spades tattoo. Because you used to get it on you. And it's like, you know, the Ace of Spades. The Ace of Spades. Like, you're hearing it. Did you think I was doing something else? I hope not. I almost saw that look. But now you look at it and people are fucking pointing at you funny, like, that guy likes to suck fucking black cock. fucking white women.
Yeah, please. I wish somebody
all those white women stealing all those cool tattoos.
I wish
I'm gonna fuck all your white women.
I'm like Motley Crue. I wish somebody would come approach me and say some shit like that. Get your ass kicked. Put on that makeup, pal. Put on that makeup and wild hair and nail polish and get your ass kicked.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. I just typed Gilbert, fuck white women. I should have typed Gottfried.
You probably should.
All I'm getting are meet local sluts. Melissa Gilbert. What? Why is there a Melissa Gilbert XXX? I don't want that.
What?
That's
Gilbert Gottfried XXX.
Well, it's in your algorithm now.
Yeah, and I didn't even go private.
Oh, no.
Well, that was your first mistake.
So were you interested at all in speaking on season 3? Just asking, not that.
Yeah, no. Besides showing that wonderfully bizarre picture of Charles Weeden and I playing fucking samesies,
and maybe you know what? Now maybe that's a clippable moment there. You know what I'm saying? Featuring Charles.
Oh,
maybe. Okay,
back down memory lane. Oh,
I waited this long, and I fought with Charles for years saying, don't tell me that spoiler. Don't tell me. I don't want to know. Fought, quote unquote. Did Will and Hannibal fuck or not? I heard they kissed at the end.
They did not.
I thought I could have
sworn I referred to it as a sex scene earlier on. That final scene.
But that hug.
To jump forward, that final scene where they kill the guy together, that's the equivalent of a fuck scene for them.
But the lingering hug, the lingering hug, I almost thought that it was coming. That you know what I'm saying? That a kiss was coming. The way the lingering hug.
Slide the hand down Hannibal's back and just give a bit of a grab to those butt cheeks.
But then it was okay. There was no grab. Jesus Christ, David. Okay. Someone's gonna be. I guess we're looking at the gay novelist or the gay trashy novelist of the future. You know what I'm saying over here. You know what I'm saying, Damian Lecter. But no, it was like, the lingering hug, and then but it just dropped. There was no kiss. There was no actual kiss. But I almost thought like, okay, goddamn it. Okay, look like it's about to happen. Like it's really.
Yeah, but I mean, come on. It's just look at the two of them. Look at Will. Look at Hannibal. Look at how the two of them were looking at each other. They're gay.
One's a twink. One's an alpha. Like, come on now.
They are definitely gay. I know Will is married and he has a stepson and everything, but it doesn't matter. Will's
doesn't
gay.
matter.
For
Yeah, they're living in the
Will's
woods
gay for
somewhere.
Hannibal.
Did
Yeah.
Damian just call Will Graham a twink?
Yes, he did.
I did.
All right.
He's not a bear, and he's definitely not an alpha. I don't know. Is that a gay term?
I would say he's an alpha. Why is he? He's what's not alpha about Will Graham? Where are we going with this?
I mean,
how is Will Graham a bottom? Explain to me how Will Graham is the bottom.
Well, he's constantly like Hannibal. I want your approval. Oh.
Hannibal, why don't you love me?
Hannibal's not a bottom, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, exactly. He's not getting fucked. Hannibal does the fucking.
No,
Yeah.
I think he would be opening up his butthole to a lover because it's a relinquishment of power, and he is a super powerful man.
Yeah, no.
I can see Jim's point. I can see Jim's merit on that. I've often want, or at least he'll give you the allure of that to draw you into whatever game he's playing. He'll do that. That's what he did originally in the
Yeah, exactly. He presents, and then he flips you over and fucks you.
Yeah.
That's
Trick you, trick
exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, that is the case. That's pretty much wrapped up in a nice brash bow. But I mean, yeah, that's pretty close to what the deal is. You know, yeah.
He lathers up in Elon scented musk and presents him some peacocks a bit and shows his butthole until you come to, and then he turns around and goes, psych. And he's just got a rager pointing straight at you.
Elon scented musk. Oh my fucking god.
See, I took a risk there. I took a very big risk there. I'm glad it paid at least somewhat. It's more than enough currency for me. I'll tell shit jokes
Take
like
it
that all
easy
day
there,
if I
man.
get paid
Take it
like
easy
that.
there. Breathe, sir. Breathe.
Nearly killed Charles, so I think that's a success.
I was hoping to kill him with the samesies faces. I mean, I died when I saw it, but at least I got what I wanted with this.
Kill him with the he or the TEE, as it were.
TEE-HEE.
Just imagine if Charles and I had you're seeing us on the screen, all right? Maybe it didn't have the proper effect, but imagine if he and I walked into like a Dollar General, both with the same mustache and facial hair. You'd be looking at us really, really funny. That's all I'm saying.
Like maybe they were former members of a boy band.
Or like some boy band worshiping cult.
You know, because one had the kind of curly boyish hair, one kind of had the bad boy spiky hair, but they both had the you know what I'm saying, had the boy band facial hair.
The
going
bad
on.
boy. Charles and I were playing good cock, bad cock.
As far as you guys are concerned, it's all good cock.
When we work a theme, folks, we work a theme. You know what I'm saying? Jim comes in here and gives us a theme of adaptation, even between Charles and Jim. You see how we had an adaptation? It was like, they had a common thread, the facial hair, but see, he had the boyish curly shit going on. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like the Elijah Wood, and then.
I have a mouthful of coffee. It almost went everywhere when you called him Elijah Wood.
Wait, don't compare me to that hobbit bastard.
That hair, though, I'm sorry, that hair really had you all boyish, man. It really had you all.
It was hobbity hair, I gotta say.
Hobbit. I mean, come on, I'm not even short enough to be a hobbit.
Hobbits were adorable. Fine, you had hair like Ramsay, what's his name, from Game of Thrones? Snow.
Ramsay
Right? Is that his name? Ramsay's. What the fuck was his name?
Ramsay Bolton.
Bolton. That's right.
The guy who killed John Wick's dog?
Did he?
No. That was Theon Greyjoy.
Oh, yes. That's right.
Ramsay. Ramsay was that psycho. Yeah.
The wiener cutter.
Yeah.
The guy who cut off Theon's Greyjoy.
Yeah.
And now he's...
See, that's the TEE of TEE TV, folks. It's all about peckers. Peckers and buttholes.
You're goddamn right.
No,
Yes,
you brought that up. Hold on, somebody. No, yeah, it was you asked the question of what.
Jim Grindle, all about peckers and buttholes.
I
You
wonder
still
what
thinking
Lecter.
about that butthole cupcake, Mr. Stone?
Yeah, I wonder what Lecter does with the buttholes in the decks. I wonder what he does. You know,
Butthole cupcake? What'd I miss?
That's what.
This was earlier.
That's what he's talking there. He's like, yeah. What if somebody put down a fucking cupcake with a with a bunghole on it and a candle on the front? You know what I'm saying? Like,
It's just a little candle in it.
like what would you do with that there?
On the center.
You know, asshole cake there, son. That's what you get.
I'm totally making
Mrs.
my kid
fucking-
butthole cupcakes for his birthday. Now that's a
And
fact.
Mr. Stone's like,
Making him
hey,
He'll
that
love
tastes
it.
good if
He'll
you
be
did it with
so
time
happy.
and stuff.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's your thing there, caramelized and all of that shit. You know,
If I served my son, my 13-year-old, by that's what he'll be, caramelized butthole cupcakes, he would be the happiest boy on the planet.
why?
Because he's a fucking weirdo, is why.
What kind of depraved 13-year-old son is that?
My son? Jeez. What do you expect?
All right, fair point.
Nothing wrong with a butthole-shaped cupcake, okay? It's good laughs, good laughs.
Yeah.
Listen, teaching
shaped.
teaching children a bizarre sense of humor, I think, is good because then when they see all the weirdos in the world, they don't just immediately want to laugh. It really dampers xenophobia, a fear of foreign things. You know what I mean? So a good humor eradicates xenophobia. I truly believe it.
Yeah, that is a fair point. Yeah.
But Damian Lecter over here was talking about a cupcake with an actual, you know, saying spent butthole on top,
Which you can
candle.
stick a candle in the center.
I'm not serving my child an actual butthole, Damian, you sick piece of shit, you fucking Democrat. I had to pander to the
Sorry, I'm
DJR
just
audience.
presenting options.
Yes, and I did say
After all,
I did
pro
say
chef.
spent. Yes, and I did say spent.
You
Damian.
did say spent butthole.
You know, just put a calamari on top, and then you can have a legal, less disgusting version
I guess.
of your butthole cupcake.
I guess so.
The calamari.
Where do
on
you
the
put
cup-
the little
that-
candle?
That right there just sounds disgusting.
You know what's weird is I don't eat fish, but I will eat calamari. I'll eat fucking fried up squid tentacles, and they're delicious.
It's
But
so good.
it really is. If you have it, I've had it in places where it's fucking disgusting.
Yes, I had.
Well,
You got to
I-
have
I
Italians
tried it.
make it for you, or people who respect that food.
I
You're
went
saying
to an
Stone?
Italian place and
because
I fucking
it takes
tried
like
the shit.
it takes all of like 10 seconds to be overcooked
Yeah.
and just shit.
And they did it. I mean, it was like, I was like, no, I don't want to. No, I don't want to. I'm eating like.
You don't want to
squid
chew a butthole.
I'm eating squid chewing gum like right now. I'm like, oh hell no. I'm eating squid chewing gum right now. Like, what the hell is this? That's
And the
what I felt
breading's
like.
got to be right too. Like it's got to be crispity crackety breading, and then a little lemon on it, and the sauce has got to be perfect. Everything's got to be perfect if you're gonna have it.
I tried it with honey mustard. It was fucking great.
What?
Yes,
What? I can't even imagine.
I tried it with honey. Look. I tried it with honey mustard. It was fucking great.
The
Like,
honey
when-
mustard
when,
is
and when
good.
they were really good, when somebody had them and they were really good and they weren't chewy and you could actually just fucking eat them, like, and I dipped them in the honey mustard, like they were fucking awesome. Like that and fucking like fried fucking eggplant. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's my
Slices-
favorite.
Slices and you know what I'm saying, fried those up and then dip them in fucking honey mustard. Fucking awesome.
Okay, I'll try that.
I don't think I've ever tried eggplant.
My butthole cupcake loving son, he's a very picky eater, but he does love eggplant, fried eggplant. We learned this recently, and I make it really. I make you like 1,000 different fucking dishes with a fried eggplant.
I'm sure. Like I said, we would just put it on the side with something else, and like I said, definitely awesome. Definitely awesome. But this guy over here, he's just dreaming of buttholes. Like, wonder what he do with the dicks. I wonder what he do with the dick said. Like, you just cook it up like a sausage, or we're slicing it up, slicing it up really thin. You know, what are we doing?
I think you would have.
I
to slice
didn't go into that. I
it.
just said you just put a little candle in it.
Wait, what would dick meat? Since we're talking Hannibal, like if you were to cook a dick, how would it cook? Because think about it. Like, is it a tender meat? Is it a because it goes both. It's soft or it's hard. So that material, like whatever that material that surrounds your dick tube, that goes both soft and hard. What happens when you cook it? So you know what I'm saying? Like that's very. I need to know what happens when you cook a dick. When you cook a flaccid penis, what is it? Is it super tough? Does it immediately tighten up and become a dense thing, or is it very tender and delicious? Is dick delicious?
I would like to.
Surely you separate the knobby bit so you can, just nibble on it later.
I would like to remind everyone that my cousin is currently watching our stream at the moment.
Hi, Charles.
What does he think about cooked penis? Yeah,
Hi,
or
Charles
nay?
Weeden's cousin's lawyer. Well, since Charles Weeden's cousin is watching, what is your opinion, sir? How would a penis cook? It's Hannibal related.
Oh, God damn it!
It's science. This is not a sexual question.
Do you slow cook it? Do you flash fry it? Like, what do you do?
Oh, guess what? He just responded. Give me a
I
second.
can't wait. But you guys get the question, right? That meat,
I guess
dick
I
meat
do.
is weird.
Huh?
How the fuck would dick meat cook? I need to know.
No,
Stevie, I wish Stevie Lou had more than a fucking nub.
No, he's just saying hello to everyone.
Okay.
Hi,
Hold on.
Charles
Hello,
Weeden's
sir.
cousin.
No. He just responded. Okay. He says.
He says,
don't-
this sounds delicious.
No.
No.
He says, Charles, why is my stomach growling?
No. He says, I don't know. I suppose it could well. In the oven, it would be burnt black.
Racist. Charles Weeden's cousin is a racist.
No.
You can't blackface a penis.
A pan cook thing.
Yeah, it would have to be. It would have to be pan cooked. Maybe put a little olive oil.
Maybe grilled.
Maybe butter. Maybe put some butter in there.
Ooh, I bet coconut
Generous amount of
oil
butter.
would.
You just lather it in butter.
You gotta be careful with the coconut because there might be some people that might be allergic to coconut.
Then that definitely excludes peanut oil as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's a concern.
Well, then extra virgin olive oil.
Yeah, olive oil or butter. So.
Now, I think, would a penis be better served as a carpaccio?
Don't know.
Or sushi?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, not sushi, not raw.
Wrap
That's
some
too
dick
much.
meat up in sticky rice?
Oh, no. My cousin just responded, I'm no racist.
I'll eat any kind of Beckham. Just cook it properly.
So your cousin will eat black cock. All right, good to know.
Don't worry, cousin. We're just having fun. It's all good, man. It's all
Yes,
good.
that's right, Charles Weeden's cousin. We don't think you want to eat a black man's penis or any penis, and we don't think you're a racist.
Yeah. It's all in good fun. It's all in good fun.
But if you're gonna eat a penis, a black one's probably the one that you want because they say they're big.
Hey, value for money. Yeah.
It's like a burrito. You don't want to start there. You don't want to start with the grande. You know what I'm saying? That's what...
What if I'm really hungry?
We should do a. We should just like do like
an
a
appetizer. I want a main.
We should do a dick dinner party someday where we just make plates of dick like pictures of basically a Vienna sausage on a plate versus a giant fucking kielbasa on a plate, and then we say who we thinks it is. For instance, like Luke of the Bind. I was gonna say other people who aren't here, but let's say like Luke of the Bind. We'll put an M&M on a plate, and that'll be the one for him.
All button dicking.
Mr. Stone will put a Cheeto.
Oh, gee. Oh, ooh, okay.
I'm trying not to be stereotypical.
No.
Yeah.
No.
We
But
need
be realistic,
we need
please.
to put like a
Yeah.
banana there for scale, and in the case for certain someone else, we need to put an eggplant for scale.
King size Snickers, thank you.
Damien will get the eggplant, but it'll be one of those white eggplants. And I don't mean that racially. I just mean because they're much smaller than a regular eggplant.
Oh man.
Hey, that's not right.
Rude.
I would,
Come for Hannibal, stay for the recipes.
Yes, welcome to TEE TV's cooking show, where we teach you how to cook and properly prepare penis.
No.
All right, I'm Googling it.
There's no question. Penis. Butthole
Unlike-
cupcakes, buttholes with thyme and whatever other seasoning
I mean,
Stone enjoys.
I mean, okay, those who eat goat balls. I mean, are they? Do they draw the line at the goat? Do they draw the line at the balls? Do they not eat the dick if it was available? I mean, do they draw the line at the balls?
Well, hell, some people eat bull testicles.
Yeah, I mean, so do they draw the line there? Like, do they not go further? There is a companion.
Well, I
piece.
mean, I guess if it's a male bull, would that make them like?
well, female
gay?
bull wouldn't have the balls, right?
No, that's
I'm a
udders,
little-
which is a whole other preparation.
Yeah, I mean,
Or maybe they cut off the balls when they have to fix the bull. So they
I mean,
keep
but-
the scrotum there, and then they just take off the balls, and then they're like, "Hey, eat this."
I think that sack meat though would make some like good crackling, like a little mini crackling or something. But let me. I need your guys' counsel here.
really, you need our counsel? Okay.
Yes, unlike Gilbert fucks white women, I did that in regular Google. I'm in private now, and I have it typed in, but I have not pressed send. Should I press send on what happens if you cook a penis? I'm feeling a little weird about pressing enter.
I would not press enter.
You didn't look. I would say you didn't put human. You didn't put human, so you're okay.
I was thinking I almost did, and I said no, that's over the line. Should I add in for science? For science.
Yeah, like that makes it so much better.
Maybe I
I'm
should
saying-
ask the AI.
I'm saying as long as you didn't say human, you're okay.
All right, I'm pressing enter. Since Stone said it's safe. Can a human penis be eaten, and what will happen
Okay.
to those that will eat it?
Side note: we are definitely not monetizing this episode. Fucking way.
Well, this is a perfectly fine thought experiment. Well, the answer, someone says, what happens if you eat a human penis? And it said, somebody wrote, Fabian von den Berg wrote, the same thing that happens when you eat chicken or beef. You digest it and eventually leave it in the toilet.
Wow.
Thanks, literal dickbag. Fucking.
That completely defeats the purpose of looking it up online. You gigantic moron.
I didn't
Alright.
ask how does food work, you fuckhead.
So there was a Japanese restaurant who was serving dick and balls on their restaurant, and the one guy, he cooked up his own dick and balls and served it to people. They said it was rubbery and chewy and not very good. The guy was extremely upset and blamed the chefs for preparing it wrong. Apparently,
So dicks are like calamari is what we're learning.
yeah. Well, apparently you're supposed to let penis marinate for a long time to soften it. It is not an unknown. It's not an unknown. It's not a completely unknown science. The cocks and balls of other animals are delicacies all around the world.
Yeah, and you asked, and you brought this to life, Damian. Just remember that.
It's your fault, Damian.
That's not my fault. I'm not Googling shit.
No, you didn't Google it, but you brought this topic to life.
And you
Yeah, but
welcomed the
he's not
Geist.
the one who Googled it.
See,
Oh,
Charles.
sure. Blame me
Charles
for the
got my
pursuit of
back.
science.
So he, you know what I'm saying. So look, Jim gave it weapons, but you know what I'm saying. But Damian is the one who created this monster by asking, "What we do with the buttholes?"
I agree.
And then
Yeah, I did.
that freak monster came to life at that moment.
I fully
we
agree.
support-
Damien is a piece of shit.
No, he's not. He's no. He is a stone cold weirdo, of course. But we're
Well,
supporting.
watching Hannibal, I think it's a fair question to wonder what he does with the cock and balls and buttholes. Because I don't think he's a wasteful man. He's not just throwing them in the bin.
What's he gonna do with those feet, though? So, like, because of a leg, he's not gonna serve the feet, really.
I don't know. Pig's
He
feet.
might.
Well, he's not Garrett Jacob Hobbs, where he uses every aspect of the person's body, like makes knives out of the bone
Prime
and all
cuts.
that.
Prime cuts is what we need. Prime cuts and quick movement.
Now, let me tell you something. If I were a fucking murderer, one of these crazy cannibal killers, if you're not making weapons out of the bones of your victims, you're a fucking piece of shit. Because that's like the most unique. Like, you must, if you're actually that creature on this planet, you have a responsibility to make your fucking weapons out of your victims' bones and then fucking, collect more meat with those bones. Otherwise, you're just a fucking waste of time on this planet.
Well, that actually was presented in Hannibal. Hannibal at one point did he was doing like a smell test with Abigail, and he had a bone knife that her father
So he
made.
stuck it
And
in
I'm
first
assuming-
while he so hold on. He was making out with her and he reached down, he stuck his finger in, and then he put an arm around her, and then he went on the side and he sniffed his finger. Is that what you mean?
Yeah,
when he did the
was
smell test on Abigail?
And he was just like, oof, fucking.
Stone knows exactly what I'm talking about. How many times have you done the finger test?
I mean, look.
All through high school. You had to.
A chosen few, okay? It hasn't been all like that. They didn't all,
You're not
Just
gonna
when
go
you
down
weren't
on them
sure.
all.
they didn't all deserve the test.
Just when the pussy seems suspect.
I mean, when you're underneath a fucking train trestle, you know what I'm saying, and like where usually hobos are hanging out or other people partying, and this girl's trying to do stuff, you better do a sniff check first.
I guess so, Jim. Was that your experience in saying, hold up?
Under that trestle, too many things happened. That was where a girl once said, "It's like a black boy." She meant a toddler, but yeah, she was peeking on me urinating.
Jesus Christ, man.
What? It happened.
No, I'm
I
not
just got
saying
a dirty look from the woman. Oh, she was objecting to the black toddler. She's like, I ain't no Pete. I ain't no Democrat. Pandering to the DJR audience. You're welcome. I'm gonna go make a coffee and let the show be less vulgar.
No, you're fine. But you're gonna make coffee now, okay? Oh God.
I'll be back.
Oh boy. Okay.
So Stone, oregano buttholes.
Say what? I'm not doing this with you.
What the fuck were we? I was going to go back to the show, but I don't even remember. So I said oregano buttholes.
Okay, look, this will always makes the show fun, especially when he comes jumping in here doing what he does. You know what I'm saying? It's okay, but look, I'm gonna say
All right,
this.
so back to Italy.
Trying to, it's fine. It's all in good fun. But was she trying to get him caught? Going to that market and getting that shit, was that on his request? Was she trying to get him caught?
Oh yeah, that was definitely him because he was, as she sort of figured out at a certain point, he was trying to make her taste a certain way. Remember that was his whole thing.
What was that stuff?
Yeah.
So what was that stuff?
It was like wine and was it like truffles or something.
That's
I
what that
think
was.
it was truffles. Yeah.
But she
Yeah,
was
I
looking.
think.
But she was looking at the camera. It was like to me. It was like this because in the conversation, of course, you know what I'm saying, they talk about that's how they tracked them. You know what I'm saying, those things. You know what I'm saying, and whatnot. It was like which. I mean,
That
it feels like.
like that part to me felt like a stretch.
Think so?
Yeah, I don't know. The way it was presented, I was just sort of like, really? You figured all this out? You somehow found someone going to a random shop that wouldn't have digital records or anything, and managed to. I don't know. It just seemed a little bit. I don't know. I just didn't quite buy that part.
And look, real quick, some ironic things that kind of went on there, right? In the show, it was kind of like it kind of just it's sort of like flashing at me now, like Freddie Lounds, red hair, like the style they put on her, like the stuff that she would wear was just atrocious. She seemed like
I'll be right back.
oh no problem. She seemed like a teenage girl trying to play at someone with style. And then there was Gillian Anderson playing Bedelia du Maurier. You know what I'm saying? Was a redhead, now a blonde, and just I mean, it was just really surprising. I mean, and just I'm just saying she was one of my favorites. Her style and her mystery, she brought a fucking film noir feel. You know what I'm saying, to the room whenever she was in it. Just her style, the way she fucking moved, the way she
Yeah,
fucking
I could agree
just
to that.
yeah, her mystery and everything. It was just like
That sort of
it
very like
it didn't seem sick at
soft-spoken,
first.
kind of breathy delivery.
Yeah, it didn't seem sick at first. Now, see, it didn't seem sick at first. Like after a while, it started to, but at first, it didn't seem sick. It seemed, I don't know. It just seemed very reserved, but very just like she's still very like her whole style is very just alluring, but she still tries to maintain. But she still maintains this very like structured, very just. It's like all of those old movies where they, you know what I'm saying, where it's like presenting the sex, but not even, but almost implying it. Not really presenting, but implying in a way. You know what I'm saying? It's just like it's weird to explain those movies and those women in those movies. It's like you knew the sexy was there, but it wasn't there. Like, oh, okay, I gotta pop, 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 pop. But you kind of knew. Like, you've seen the style. You've seen she's trying to be. You know what I'm saying? Like, you
Yeah,
see it.
and
It's just,
if that wasn't going on, I'd be shocked.
say it again.
If that wasn't going on, I'd be shocked. Like I don't think they ever like you said, I don't think they ever explicitly showed that they were having sex, but I pretty much like they had to have been, right?
I
There were certain
mean,
scenes where I was just like, they've got to be banging.
I mean, like they play. See, and that's the thing. It's like, okay, look, that's like I think that's the whole. How can I put it? I think it's like the whole, like upper level that these two were on, and everything about their whole relationship is like meant to be a mystery. You know what I'm saying? Just meant to be this whole thing of like because everybody sort of like indirectly speaks to each other or pulls things from certain things. Like a lot of like sometimes they'll get to talking to someone or a therapist or someone who's dealt with someone with a mental illness or whatever, and he started to get some revelations based on that. I think at one point he basically I think that's part of what gave him the revelation that his wife had cancer. You know what I'm saying? Jack, I think that's part of what gave him the revelation that, okay, she's got cancer. You know what I'm saying? This kind of seems like they often did that sort of thing. Like they would, like certain things that they would hear a conversation, they would indirect conversations would really be about something else. And it's like the whole relationship of like friendship or relationships being about, or falling in love being about the forgiven, the forgiven and the and the forgiver, the betrayer and the betrayed. You know what I'm saying? It's it's like it's almost akin to falling in love and things like that. So it's just like so they're still playing at the situation that makes you feel like there's supposed to be something there, but they don't play it, and they give you enough sexual stuff with, you know what I'm saying, with Will, with, you know what I'm saying, with Will, with Alana, and so on and so forth, even with Alana and Hector. But it's like with them, they just, I think they wanted to preserve a certain classiness that was, you know what I'm saying, that was there. You know what I'm saying, that they just want to maintain, but there were still certain things, you know, even with her dipping into the water, you would see certain things that would just kind of lead you into things, and, you know what I'm saying, to show you that she is still a viable woman. It's not about her being old or old looking, but it's still just a higher level of connection that they supposed to have, that maybe they did, maybe they didn't, but it's not the most important thing of the situation. You know, if that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely.
But you kind of understand, okay, she's getting undressed from him to take a bath, and he's washing her hair, and it's all this other stuff, and you know what I'm saying? But okay.
I mean, there's that one flashback scene where he comes back to her place, I guess, just before they sort of ran away together. When Hannibal comes back to her place after fucking gutting everybody else, slitting their throats or whatever it was that he did, and he comes out of the shower and he's just like, she's pointing a gun at him. She's like, "Do you mind if I get dressed?" And he's like, "Sure." Drops his towel, and you can tell she's just like, damn it, that looks good.
I mean, like I said, so you definitely got that feeling too. So I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, but I just think that it was not so. They felt like the relationship was much more complex between those two, where it didn't have to be centered in on the sex. But although you would definitely have to feel that, you know, this, you know, it's like you said, you know what I'm saying, it would be hard to believe that they actually were just not, you know. But, and then speaking of this whole thing of you know what I'm saying, yeah, you know what I'm saying, maybe or maybe not, but fucking Abigail, I just feel like jailbait personified to me.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying, on this show. It was like,
did they ever actually state how old she was?
Like on the show, did they depict it on the show?
Yeah, because obviously she's probably in her 20s or whatever, but I wasn't quite sure. Like, I was like, is she meant to be?
She was
like,
going to college. She was going to college. That's what derived this whole situation, because she was going to college and he was feeling.
That's right. Yeah, she was checking out the colleges.
And she was feeling
so
all the way
what's
about
college age in the U.S.?
18, 17,
okay,
18.
Yeah. So same here then, yeah.
Yeah, so usually, because I mean, usually by that point, you know what I'm saying, like, I mean, you're touring college, I mean, you usually do that in senior year when you're starting to make that. I mean, me, honestly, I think honestly, because I was just a little bit further, you know what I'm saying, it's a little bit further ahead. I was already fucking like had my choices made by the time I finished junior year in high school. But sometimes people are, you know, they wait to senior year and really start to make their choices and try to close that out before the end of the senior school year. So, you know, that's viable. But I think it's 18. But I mean, it's constantly just like, here she always is with this whole seemingly timid, but always very. I don't know. They kind of played. They kind of sliced between the two things, and he always seemed to do that. But I just don't. I don't understand. Like, is that really what's needed? In, you know what I'm saying, in shows, was that sometimes I always felt like it was just something to. It was just something more strategic about Abigail than just this whole potential like father-daughter relationship type of thing. Nothing ever really, but it was mainly about her. It was mainly about the allure of her and this whole situation, and it just never really they tried to make it seem like it was just this whole thing, but it just still kind of came off kind of off to me. Like, where do you guys come out? You know, say come out of, you know, say when it comes to Abigail.
I always found like I always found the the whole, and I guess the more you learn, the whole innocent thing to be not necessarily an act, but she was definitely much more intelligent than she was letting on for the most part. And I think you see a lot of that in the scene where she's more than happy to fake her own death and is almost giddy taking part in when he gives her the things like, God, do you want to do you want to squeeze the blood out of the
No, she asked to push the button, and then it's this whole little thing where he's holding her as he's as he's basically
sort of aiming it.
But it's just
getting the blood spatter red.
But it's just the whole hold of it, and it's just
Was I the only one surprised by her pulling a fucking Bruce Willis in episode 2?
Bruce Willis?
It turns out she'd... Sixth Sense, when it turns out she'd been dead the whole time.
No, I wasn't that surprised because I'm always let me tell you something. If they pull that kind of thing on Scrubs, then yeah, I was kind of ready for it. You know what I'm saying? Like if they could pull it on Scrubs, then yeah, I could kind of understand, especially in this type of show, that maybe he's kind of like, this is him sort of like dealing with dealing with and processing the fact that she's gone now, and the way he always kind of processes things in a way he doesn't quite, like, she's kind of with him and still, but part of that conversation, as we realized, was him kind of twisting his conversation with Chilton, and that was part of that. And
which the scene when you actually find out was fucking, I really love that scene when he's sitting in the church, just sitting there, like after he's examined the crime scene, and he's just sitting there, and he says to her, like, he's talking to her, and he says, like, Hannibal didn't make a place for you, and this is the only place. This is like something like, because they were talking about other worlds. He's like, Hannibal didn't make a place for you, and this place in this world is the only place I can make for you, or something like that. And it's revealed that, yeah, the only time she's alive is in his brain. I'm butchering it, but that was a great scene.
No, you're fine, and we're really getting through this first half, pretty nicely. But so do we all feel like, do you guys feel like the ultimate intent of him sticking around in Italy and ultimately bringing that confrontation was definitely to kill, to kill Will, eat his brain? That was definitely the intent.
Yeah, I think ultimately that was the intent. Like, as I said before, I do think he enjoyed the being hunted aspect. The kind of just like, because he knew he would come out on top. I don't think there was anything in his brain that was just like, yeah, these guys, like, Jack Crawford's going to get the best of me. I don't think he ever thought that. So it was really all just about drawing Will out and bringing him to him.
Okay. Oh, all right. Well, yeah, I guess not.
I was surprised that he ultimately was, initially at least, planning to kill him. That did surprise me. The whole, like, well, I guess I have to eat him at this point. It's sort of, it's surprising, but it's not. It's kind of an odd mixture of both.
And, okay, you know what? Let me trail back just a little bit, and let me get you guys' opinion, because I was still that was one of the things I think I might have needed you guys' help with. The interaction between Will and Chio, and Chio, if I'm saying her name correctly, and as it pertains to Hannibal, like what the fuck was that about? It seemed like at certain points she seemed to lament Hannibal Lecter in a certain way, but then but it still move with the steadfast like hired, you know what I'm saying, like hired hand mentality of, you know what I'm saying, of protecting Hannibal Lecter. And what
Yeah,
stopped her?
I mean, sorry, you go.
No, no, no. Maybe I should save that question after you guys explain because I don't want to pile too much on at once. But please, if you want to start here.
Well, yeah, because there's that whole thing where it seems like she's been holding this guy captive under the belief that he ate Hannibal's sister, and she's doing Hannibal's bidding to a point. But there's also a point after she kills the guy when Will sets him free, and that's another question. Will sets him free, and he comes back, and she has to kill the guy. When they're talking, her and Will are talking afterwards, and he says, "On some level, you've always known," which I guess was about the fact that Hannibal ate his sister. Didn't kill her, supposedly, but actually ate her. And I'm guessing that's what that was about. But my other question is, do you think Will set him free knowing he would do that? Knowing that was going to be the outcome?
I don't know. I mean, the way he displayed them
'Cause
certainly suggests
I
something, but I mean,
I don't think Will is naive enough to think that the guy would actually run and go off on his own.
no, I was thinking that too. And then, what did she say? Because Will says to her, like, Hannibal did this sort of wondering if you had the capacity to kill. And she says to him something like, Hannibal was thinking that, but that's what you were doing as well.
Hmm.
Which actually, to what you said earlier, Stone, about Bedelia being Hannibal's first, I think maybe she, to a point, was his first.
but see, it didn't seem like it was a friend situation. It seemed like he stuck her for some reason. He had some sort of leverage on her to kind of have her there, sort of like just watching this guy, sort of like just like hanging over this guy simply. But the story sort of prefaces, oh yeah, she didn't want him to kill, you know what I'm saying? She didn't want him to kill this guy, so he left, you know, so he left his life with her. But you know what I'm saying? That still doesn't explain their bond and why and why she could step up and do that, and why he would turn over this guy's life to her. And you know what I'm saying? It doesn't explain a lot of what their relationship and what their bond was, and what his leverage over her was to, you know what I'm saying, to make her be so. She's more like a damn bodyguard more than any fucking thing. But then all of that still makes me wonder, like, why in that moment did she already know? Is it something to know or not know? Is something already planned or pre-planned to where she knew not to shoot Crawford or any, or any of those, you know, any of those agents that were taking, you know, that were taking Lecter in? You know, did she already know that he truly meant to be taken in, and that she wasn't, you know what I'm saying, to basically harm them? I mean, it's just like, what do you think about any of that?
Well, that's where I feel like this really should have been 2 seasons. Like, I really feel like there was some things were just kind of rushed ahead, and we didn't make. Maybe the intention is that we weren't supposed to learn more than we were, but I don't know. I feel like certain things they just kind of rushed ahead a little bit.
So you think there definitely should have been 4 seasons?
At least, I mean, yeah. Like I feel like these 2 could have been extended out properly to easily make 4 seasons. It still worked very well having the 2 together, but I don't know. I just felt like certain times I felt like I was missing things that could have been elaborated on had they been given more time. But again, maybe that was the intent. Like, from what I've read, I don't think they knew they were canceled until after season 3 had aired.
So no,
So I
so
think
so
it's
you're
choices.
So you're saying none of this was an adjustment. So none of this was an adjustment. It was supposed
I
to.
I
Wow.
don't think so. I could be wrong about that, but I'm fairly sure this season went as they planned it.
Okay, we keep getting closer here, but I gotta get through because I mean this. Yeah, there's a lot more to that last part. Now I know but I guess we're gonna get, like I said, like you said, we're gonna get to exactly what you didn't like about the season or the series finale, as it were. You know, but getting to Dollarhide now, and but why do you think
Which sounds like a store to go to buy cheap things.
or
Come on down to Dollarhide. Everything is $1.99. Talk to Mr. Hyde.
Yeah, go buy some fake poop or whatever the fuck.
No, Dollarhide is just like, nah, it's like they're selling really, really cheap fucking animal skins. You know what I'm saying? Really, really cheap shit. Squirrels and, you know what I'm saying, squirrels and raccoons and things like that. You can get them you can get hides done like that, you know, just like Dollarhide, like roadkill hide.
Literal
you know what
with
I'm saying?
it. Yeah.
You know, that's just what Dollarhide just. No, okay. Well, anyway, that's my weird morbid moment there. But I'm just saying, like, why did they change? Why did they put Chilton in the place of Freddie Lounds and had him and allow him to survive again? Fucking
Yeah, he didn't just survive once. He didn't just survive twice. He survived 3 times.
Yeah, because he was shot.
Nope.
And he had his face bitten off.
No. The getting shot was the second time.
What was the first one?
The first time he was disemboweled by Gideon. That was the first.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Yeah, first time he was disemboweled by Gideon, and he had to hold his organs like a fucking gift basket. The second time he was shot in the face by Miriam Lass.
Miriam.
I messed up her name. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the third time is when he was had his lips ripped off and was doused in gasoline, set on fire in a wheelchair by the Great Red Dragon.
Barreled into a fountain.
Into a fountain. Yeah.
I can't believe she got to survive, and this motherfucker still survived. But he just so weird that they switched that up. Why do you think they did that shit?
I'm not quite sure.
Ugh.
And it's like, I don't know.
Yeah. Are you talking about Freddie Lounds surviving?
I mean, but really, I'm talking about why did they put Chilton in that, you know what I'm saying, in that moment? Why did they put Chilton there instead of her? Like, why did they do that?
Well, I mean, look at it like this. Freddie Lounds was even barely in this season.
Okay, but still.
It was pretty much just for the setup, I think, right? That was pretty much her only appearance.
Yeah, she was only in like maybe 1 or 2 episodes. That's it.
Yeah.
But they still, but didn't they have her? But didn't they have her pretending or have a pretend situation that had, you know, what I'm saying, that had him looking like, that had Dollarhide looking like, you know, what I'm saying, impotent, you know, what I'm saying, impotent, you know, what I'm saying, weird.
Yeah, and that pretty much put, what's the crap? I forgot his name. Chilton. Yeah, that put Chilton in that situation in the first place, which caused him to lose his lips and be doused in gasoline.
But it was her. But it was her site.
It was her site. But I don't think
Dollarhide. She was just.
I don't think Dollarhide blames Freddie Lounds.
No, she was just printing things that they had said.
Yeah, according to Dollarhide, the lies did not come from Freddie Lounds. She's just repeating where the words actually came from, which was directly from Chilton and Graham. Which I thought was kind of interesting because even though Dollarhide saw that the lies came from Chilton and Graham, Chilton only did what he did to not Chilton. Dollarhide only did what he did to Chilton. He did capture Graham, but he let Graham go. at the hotel room.
Yeah.
He captured Graham. He captured him.
Well,
And then he let
I
him
guess
go.
because Chilton can't get him to Hannibal. Whereas Will was sort of his avenue to get to Hannibal.
I guess.
Okay. Okay. And we definitely still talked about the whole fight. Apparently it took both of them to take him on and everything like that and so on and so forth. I do just want to get, I can't help it. I do want to get to, you know what I'm saying, Dr. Du Maurier, my favorite. I do want to get to
Yes.
that
We
part.
all know that you have a soft spot, or should I say a hard spot, for Gillian Anderson.
Yeah,
Very good.
but then there was the scene after the credits. I'm left befuddled.
I didn't
Troubled.
watch the post-credit scene because the post-credit scene doesn't matter because the show was canceled.
But oh god, if it does it does bring something. It does leave something to be questioned still, regardless.
Before we get to, what do we have left to cover from the rest?
If you want to talk about the change in Reba, I mean, do we? I mean, is that worth talking about?
What
I
changed?
will say, after years of watching, what's her name? God, Retina Wesley on True Blood, where I just found her annoying as fuck. I actually found her pretty attractive in the show. There's something about that sort of like, I don't know, just innocent, sweet kind of, like her playing that kind of character. I liked it.
Okay.
Whereas, yeah, True Blood, she's just fucking annoying. She's so
'cause
fucking annoying.
She played Tara in True Blood.
Yeah, and she was the worst. She was so fucking annoying. And ultimately died off screen, just kind of randomly. Didn't even get a proper death scene.
I thought she got shot in the head in True Blood, and then that Eric Northman's like right hand woman like turned her into a vampire, and I know that only made her character worse. And then after that, I don't know what happened to her.
Yeah, my memory of the last few seasons is pretty fuzzy.
Yeah, I also know that Snooki's like on and off again boyfriend vampire. He became a villain. I know that.
Yeah, that happened probably.
Did you say Snooki?
Probably Dorish.
Suki, that's her name. Suki.
Snooky Snack House.
See, it's been so long since I watched that show that I don't even remember the fucking name of the character.
Oh yeah, you remember somebody, all right? Party's here.
I don't even like Jersey Shore.
But he said Snooki. Oh.
Snooki would snoosh.
Wow.
You fucking sewer rat.
But I gotta say, I really gotta say that if I were to say something, I just think that Fortune. I mean, she just seemed to be a magnet for good fortune. Fucking Alana Bloom. It's just like, man, she thrust her so stupidly in this shit based on professional curiosity. But it's like, I just think that that's just a really coy, pretty girl way of just, you know what I'm saying? She continuously brings us up in different mixes for certain, you know what I'm saying, for whatever prescribed result that she's going for at that time. You know what I'm saying? And like just the oddness of the situation with Will Graham, and then to lay a bunch of bullshit on him that he didn't already know that was there, but then try to make it as some sort of like failing or shortcoming in his situation, and then to start having sex with with Hannibal Lecter as if that wasn't an opportunity you could have, you could have taken advantage of well before complicating Will Graham's life. And, it's just, and it just keeps happening. It's like, damn, you should have died going out that fucking window and you survived. And you end up running the fucking, insane, insane facility that Hannibal
This
Lecter ends up being in.
very fancy place. So obviously some kind of like place, like it's a job that very few people are going to get, running this kind of fucking asylum.
And
Even though her judgment should seriously have been in question, this supposed like psychology expert who was pretty easily duped by a psychotic cannibal. Like, you think that alone would just be like, yeah, maybe you're not right for this job.
Easily, see, it would just be childish for me to say that anybody was easily duped. But I think the thing is, instead of being strong enough to really just admit that you were played by a villain of superior intelligence, you want to make it seem like everybody else got fooled. You know what I'm saying? No, see, Will Graham didn't get fooled. You know what I'm saying? Initially, he tried. He initially had misgivings about fucking Hannibal Lecter, and then he tried to tenuously trust Hannibal Lecter, and then certain things started to have him suspect Hannibal Lecter, and then by the time that he could really vocalize anything, people started to look at him for being, for being the perpetrator of all Hannibal Lecter's misdeeds. You know what I'm saying? And eventually, this motherfucker stuffs a damn ear. You know what I'm saying? Fucking Abigail's ear down his goddamn gullet. And people are using him being on the spectrum, as the main thing that made him snap over, and and things like that, and the emotional trauma that he suffered looking at these damn bodies, or his ego of of feeling like that he was better than all of them, as he tried to put certain situations in, and it's like no, it's like no, for Chilton to come into his hospital room and say that we're all like suckers, we all got played. No. You know what I'm saying? Will got played thanks to Hannibal Lecter and you, Chilton, and and Alana Bloom, and Jack Crawford, because Jack Crawford could only, as an FBI agent, can only go by the information of where it was going. See, I mean, people can look at him a certain way, but he's gonna go by the book until the situation can call for him to not go by the book. And at times he's done that, but everybody else was pretty much hanging him out to dry. And working and working on ways to bury him, and so it wasn't
instantly condemning him.
So it wasn't that he got played. Eventually, he started to realize that the only person who seemed in any position to actually understand him at all was Hannibal Lecter. You know what I'm saying? As it came down to it, like the only person that seemed to be in any way understanding that his being on the spectrum or anything like that was no shortcoming. It was no precursor to anything, really. You know what I'm saying? It was, you know what I'm saying? But who he was at his core was something different from anything that anybody else was trying to point at. So he kind of understood that the empathy was the real issue. The empathy was the real issue, not him being on the spectrum. His extreme empathy was the real problem. For Will Graham. Seriously. Him being able to understand certain things and understand certain people's merits or whatever, that became the slippery slope in his situation for me. You know what I'm saying? But so in that situation, so when somebody was basically willing to understand him and empathize with him, he started to empathize with Hannibal Lecter, and that was everybody else's fault. That was everybody else's fault. Having that man come and visit him, talk to him, still influence him, still use him, still, still play with his head and everything like that. That was everybody else's fault. While that man was locked up in there, innocent of these crimes, and they still allowed Hannibal Lecter to play with that man's head, that was a lot of people's fault. You can't go in there and act like, oh, we all got played, Will. You know what I'm saying? No, guys, you guys, you guys put him in a box and allow Hannibal Lecter to fuck with him, yet even further. You know what I'm saying? Send him into a
It's
spin,
like
into a rage even further. Go ahead. I'm
it's like
sorry.
I've been telling all of you the whole time, pretty much as calmly as I can, without screaming. You're all fucking nuts. Are you not seeing what's going on? I'm telling you all calmly what's going on, and no one's even entertaining the idea that hey, maybe there's something to what he's saying. They
No,
just,
definitely not.
yeah,
No
they
motive.
just know. We've
Motive.
condemned this guy, and that's what it is.
Motive becomes so big, but what the fuck was his motive? Really, his fucking motive. You know what I'm saying? Like seriously. Like it's just, but yeah, but see that's the whole thing where it comes down to. It became a situation where he felt like at that moment that Lecter was the only one who understood him, and then when he found Molly and everything like that in that situation, he found someone who, you know what I'm saying, he felt someone who could give him a different type of understanding, and he didn't need Hannibal Lecter's understanding or empathy anymore. That's someone who understands what, you know what I'm saying, what he, you know what I'm saying, what's happened to him, what, you know what I'm saying, what's went on, and you know what I'm saying, apparently he was as honest as he could be about those situations, and she was still, you know what I'm saying, understanding. And I do have to say, was it just me? Because was it just me, or was it that way with, you know what I'm saying, with Will Graham in the movies? You know what I'm saying, with his wife? Was she that way?
I don't think so.
Was she that supportive? I didn't remember her being that supportive of the situation. I mean, at least initially when she didn't understand completely what was going on. And then when she understood the scope of what was going on, you know what I'm saying? She was really like pissed off at him at one point, if I remember correctly, because I'm looking at it from the
That
Edward Norton
sounds right.
perspective, you know what I'm saying, of it, you
Yeah,
know.
like
But it
that
seemed,
sounds correct, but it's been 15 years at least since I've seen. Actually, I think I saw Silence of the Lambs in more recent years, but I don't think he was even in that one. But the other two, it's been a
Hannah.
long time.
Yeah, but it's like, okay, because then, you know, you have like Manhunter, that was like a whole different thing, you know what I'm saying, and a different Will Graham at that point, a different,
Yeah.
you know, yeah. So it's just like I'm trying to, because I'm trying to make sure that I get, you know what I'm saying, that I get the main scope correct. But it seemed like in this one she was really supportive, and it seemed like she understood everything at least
Well,
somewhat.
there was a point. Someone asked Will, like, how much does she know about your relationship with Lecter? I can't remember who asked the question, but he said she knows enough, which basically to me said, no, I didn't tell her everything. Not even. She maybe knows half of the situation.
I mean, I mean, do you think? Okay, let's ask this question now that we get to the end. Do you think he? Do you think he actually willingly ate people, knowing it was people?
Well, when he was eating with
Mm,
Hannibal Lecter.
Has there ever been a time? Yeah, has there ever been a time
I,
that
I
he
don't
that
think
he
so.
ate, so that he willingly ate people, knowing, you know what I'm saying, like that's what that was, and ate.
I don't think there was a point that he had a meal with Lecter where he actually, like, after he knew, aside from that one time where he pretended to give him Freddie Lowndes.
Okay.
Um,
I don't think there was a scene where they had a meal together after that, like after he knew about everything.
I'm gonna have to agree with Damian. I don't think so.
Okay. I just, 'cause it's something I just want to make sure, I wanted to clear up just to make absolutely sure. And okay, because I mean we got to get to it. I mean it's gotta. So, okay, but maybe I need to turn this gain down first. But I'm wondering at this point, um, okay, Bedelia, was she fattening herself up?
Um,
For herself? Or what? Oh no,
Like,
no, of course not. No, of course not.
no,
That
not
was
not not for herself.
that was the Easter egg that she that was, or maybe was that the Easter egg that he was still alive.
But you mean that final sequence?
Yeah. Oh,
The
so
very
you didn't see you didn't see the last part, right?
no, I didn't see the post credit scene.
Did you?
yeah, yeah,
Okay. There's a post
yeah. No,
credit
that
scene.
like that. Yeah, no, that wasn't for herself. Because I rewound that at least once, and I was just like, okay, no.
Okay, so what we're talking about here, Charles, is that after the credits after the fall, there's a credit where there's a part we go back to where Bedelia's sitting at the dinner table, and there is a very large meat item on at the center of the table, very big bone. You know what I'm saying? At the top, you soon to realize once you
Very
go back.
long.
Yeah, and then once you go back, and you realize that, she is without one of her legs, and you know, there's another place set, at the table.
I think there was two.
There was two.
I'm like, I'd have to look at it again, but I'm fairly sure I saw the table was set for three, including her.
All right, I'm going back to Hulu and I'm looking this up now. Yes,
But
I know we're live.
yeah,
Yeah, we
so
need
yeah,
confirmation.
so yeah,
Yes.
so yeah, there was that. And at first I was thinking like, holy shit, is she preparing this shit like for herself? Like, is she?
That was my initial thought too.
Like, oh my
I
god,
watched it through, and
is
I
she
went
that kind
back.
of
I was like,
person?
no,
Like, is she that kind of
no.
person? Like, like I know
Because at first I saw it, and I was like, did she do this? Is this some kind of weird thing where she's preparing herself, kind of hoping Hannibal comes back? Because I initially saw like it's definitely set for two, but I swear I saw like a third table setting.
but I didn't even think about the settings. I just thought because it's all about presentation. I just thought that she was one of these people who, like, this whole time it was her fattening herself up for herself now, like,
What the fuck?
like because it would suggest that either she had someone do this, or he done it, one or the other. You know what I'm saying? That's
I
what
mean,
I'm
she
thinking.
definitely seemed drugged up in that sequence, I would say.
So it almost suggests that maybe he was there and out of the room or something, or
I think so. Like that's what I took from. But I will say, like, I agree. The first time I saw it, I was like, wait, is she just like sitting down to eat her own leg? Like, I had to rewind and watch it again. I was like, okay, no, she definitely seems drugged up. There's definitely another place set at the table.
okay.
And then I went back again. I was like, fairly sure there was a third.
I just thought mainly I didn't really take too much into it because I thought mainly it was just for presentation more than anything else, and but it was just yikes. Cause see, and I guess I was looking at it from the lens of, but I guess I was looking at it from the lens of the show is ending, and I thought it was more of an adjusted ending because it wasn't going 6 or 7 seasons like what I'm saying, like initially thought. So that's the lens I was looking at it at. Like, okay, these guys or whatever their fate is, they're done or whatever, and now her sickness is more revealed. Now that's what I was thinking. Like, now we get to the true heart of her depravity and sickness. Like she was fattening herself up basically and not eating other people because she was gonna eat herself. And that's the thing. She was avoiding all the other and being horrified at other people eating and realizing that, oh my God, they're talking about Professor Sogliato and now they're eating him. You know what I'm saying? Now, and this whole little delicacy and this whole little organ delicacy that he provided them. You know what I'm saying? It's him. They thinking that it's so regrettable that he wasn't here to be part of this dinner invitation, to accept this dinner invitation. But yeah, he's here in spirit and lung and whatever organs they were serving out there. You know?
No, that's actually what made me, like, after watching that a couple times, that's actually what made me look up, only briefly, because I looked at the time, I was like, oh, fuck, should get in the studio to do the show. But I quickly looked it up, and yeah, I don't think they knew they would cancel based on that scene. Yeah, and the little bit I read, but largely based on that scene. Like, if I'd gone by just the scene previous with Hannibal and Will killing the guy together, then seemingly going off the cliff, I would have thought, okay, that's some kind of like, it's definitely some kind of ending. It's a very ambiguous ending, but yeah, I found that made it less ambiguous. Don't know how they survived that fucking fall, but that's whatever.
I mean, see, and that's
That's
the thing that
it's a long way down off that fucking cliff.
you're right. And you would think, like, in the last time we saw somebody take a jump, you know what I'm saying? They hit the, you know what I'm saying? They hit the interfering like mini ledge before they get to before he gets to the water. You know what I'm saying? One of the mural victims. You know what I'm saying? So most people, you would think, God, they went over that edge. They probably hit something like that. There's no way. But then you see it's like pretty much almost a straight drop. You know what I'm saying? To the
Pretty
water.
much, yeah.
If you could make it, if they could actually make it to that water, it's pretty much, you know what I'm saying, there's no obstructions that, you know what I'm saying, that would hit them before they hit that water. Unless of
No,
course they missed
it's
the water.
still a long way down though. And from what I understand, at a certain height, water basically becomes like concrete. And that was pretty fucking high up.
True indeed. True indeed.
But
But I
Charles, what
mean,
do you think after looking at it?
That scene was fucked up, and yeah, I kind of
okay.
feel bad for Bedelia.
But yeah, was there three table settings, or am I imagining things?
I only saw the one.
The one?
Like the
Okay.
one other than hers, right?
Yes, the one other than hers. Yeah.
Because their
Okay.
friendship. Because I mean, yeah, I mean, I still feel like that moment sort of brought them together in the situation in a way, but it still can never be. It can never be anything really. I mean, there's no way unless he abandons everything and goes on the run as some sort of weird fugitive with Hannibal Lecter. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
it's just like,
that's what I was kind of wondering, because when they killed the guy together, and Hannibal says, what does he say? Like, this is all I ever wanted for you, Will, which is basically just like it puts us exactly on the same page with sort of, we achieve the same goal together, or like yeah, we're on the same page. We killed this guy together, and Will says, like, there's a couple of things Will says. Like, he says, I think after Hannibal says that, he said it's beautiful in a very just like kind of like I love this kind of way. And then it goes before that. Will's like he's looking at the blood that he's covered in, and he's just like, it really does look black in the moonlight, and which is a reference to a line from earlier. And even then, he seems very comfortable in the blood.
Mm.
I don't know, that's like a whole thing that hopefully will get answered someday, but maybe
maybe not.
not.
Well, the longer it
Probably
goes,
not, but
like we're probably not going to get the answer that we want.
no.
Like they keep saying that they're trying to get it revived, and the actors say that they're willing to come back, but eventually it's going to get to the point where the actors are going to are just they're either going to move on, or they're going to age out of the roles.
Like Hugh Dancy, I think he's 48, and I assume Mads Mikkelsen is probably in his 50s. So
Mhm.
yeah, like you've only got so much time before it's gonna
Yep.
seem weird.
Yep, exactly. I actually think the time for this show to be revived has already come and gone. Any attempt to revive it now is just wishful thinking.
I think you've got a few years, quite literally a few. Beyond that, yeah,
But no, I think it's already come and gone. It's just
yeah.
I think they should just move on.
It's baffling though. It really is baffling that no one was interested in this when they tried to shop it around.
I mean, back at that time, though, you know,
Yeah, I mean, I guess
where was
I
Netflix
mean,
was
Netflix
probably-
could have picked it up.
at that point?
Amazon could have picked it up.
Amazon
this
really?
finished in it was 2015. So
Amazon-
that was
what-
probably that was pretty much like the rise of streaming stuff around that time, right? Or maybe a little after. Or,
2015,
yeah,
roughly. I mean, and think about it, Amazon.
so like
do you
early
think-
days.
Has Amazon really taken on any projects even similar to that type of content, that type of intensity?
Mm,
That's the thing you got to understand. Back at that time, back in 2015, like you're asking people to take on a seriously intense, seriously just, I mean, unsettling, unsettling show, man, with unsettling content. I mean, just being quite honest with you, man.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
it's like you really had to, and the thing about it, you can't cheat that process. You can't cheat that process. That's part of that whole Hannibal world. It's, what I'm saying, you can't cheat that. So it's like you were really asking people to really take on something there, and at that time, maybe Netflix didn't quite have the power, to take on something like that, like they would today. But what's the problem now? Maybe the problem now is what Charles is saying. Maybe
it's
that's
just
why
it's been
maybe
8
Yeah.
years.
yeah.
They figure, yeah. Like, I would definitely say, like, just based on what I've seen over the years before I saw this show, I would say it's got a pretty hardcore audience.
True.
But
Mhm.
it's been 8 years. So, yeah. A lot of people probably look at that just like,
I'll just I don't know, man. I mean, that one is again, it's the curse of the Silence of the Lambs. It's just this content that is very, very artistic, very substantial, very well put together and well thought out. But it's accompanied with a level of brutality that is not always it's more frowned upon than smiled upon than adored. You know what I'm saying? Or well, or well liked. You know what I'm saying? In certain circles, it just is one of those things. And once you see the kind of effect it would have on people, it's like, do you really kind of take that thing on? What are we willing to put into this, and will it really work out? You know what I'm saying? Are we taking on something that's a little bit too, especially in that realm, but maybe if that situation had ended a little sooner, and maybe Netflix had a little bit more status, maybe there might have been a different story.
yeah, like I definitely think if it was canceled in even like 2019, say, I think you would have had a lot better shot at getting it picked up somewhere else.
Because now I'm gonna do my own little investigation here. Okay.
But yeah, based on the couple Brian Fuller shows I've seen, I love the way he uses visuals. Like there was definitely element I think the only two I've seen is this and American Gods. I'd have to look up see what else he's done. I think he did Dead Like Me, which I think I only saw the first season. I think that had some interesting visual stuff, but this and American Gods definitely share some very similar, if different, visual stuff. Just that heavy element on, what do you call it? Like the times when they use just, what would you call it? Like the more visual, the visual things to sort of show a situation or a feeling or whatever. That like it's someone falling into water and they're sinking deep into the water, and it's not a scene playing out necessarily. It's fuck. I'm trying to think how to describe this, and it's difficult.
I understand. I definitely understand.
Like,
but while you're doing that, I just wanted to say real quickly that there was some transitioning happening. They were doing the thing for a while, but it was definitely something that, like, wow, I definitely didn't. Netflix wasn't on my radar when I graduated high school for sure. It's close to the new millennium. They definitely went on my radar. It was more about like, what's Netflix? Because I know they would. It was like Redbox and all the places that would send you, or you could go to places that you can get DVDs and whatnot sent to you and everything like that. I think.
That used to be Netflix. I'm trying to think of when they actually started like original content. I can't really remember.
It was more like 2012, I would probably say, because between 2006 and 2012 when they were showing, it was like they were trying to like feature movies, streaming movies on the shit, and then but they didn't have a whole lot at that point. And then once that started to go well, then I think, well, let me get back to it then. And then from 2007 to 2012, they did the streaming service, and then let's see, development of original programming was happening from 2013 to 2017. So they were still working on it. They were still doing certain things that was sort of like build the brand, like of course with House of Cards and things like that, and Orange is the New Black and things like that. So they were doing certain things that were starting to build the Netflix brand. So they couldn't have taken on Hannibal at that point to really develop it further than what it was. You know what I'm saying? At that point, they really weren't in a position. And then years
Which
go
wasn't
by,
Orange is the New Black picked up from Showtime or something like that? Was that actually their original thing?
I thought Orange is the New Black was originally Netflix.
You thought it was originally Netflix? They say they ordered it, so I guess that's what that means? Okay.
No, I thought Orange is the New Black was always Netflix.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because some shit is deceptive. Like they'll pick up seasons of a show, and you'll see Netflix original at the start, but it's like, no, this was somewhere else original. Right. I've seen that a few times.
Let's see.
Because I think that was the show by Genji Kohan, the creator of Weeds. I think Orange is the New Black.
Oh, original network was Netflix. Yeah.
Wow. Really?
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Maybe I was just thinking because Weeds was on Showtime. That's why I'm getting confused.
Well, that was surprising. And I mean, who knows, man? It's now, you know what I'm saying? Now I understand. Truly, I agree with you. I'm humbled by your assessment there, Charles. I definitely agree with what you said, man. That ending was just it was left somewhat lacking, but at least the whole just shock and awe moment of her leg, and the whole thing, it was bittersweet.
I would say if it was just that last scene before the post-credit sequence, obviously would have been disappointed because there's no more, but I would have been kind of like I don't mind an ambiguous ending. I've seen, many great things that have an ambiguous ending, but yeah, that just like that post-credit sequence, I'm like, yeah, they definitely intended more that we're probably never gonna get.
Yeah. Look, it's just, I mean, but there is one thing that I would have liked to see, and it requires the use of a scene from Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End. I don't have the video clip, but if you've seen the movie, you know what I'm talking about. It's the scene where Captain Barbossa is screaming at the two main characters saying, "Just kiss."
Oh my god, no.
Yeah.
I mean, see, you get me into doing this, and no, I don't have an issue. I just didn't think that situation reached that. I don't. It's so weird how people try to do certain stuff. They already had a moment. They don't have, and trust me, they definitely had certain moments where, like, because me and my daughter, we were watching, and I was like, okay, because I know sometimes I could be a little. Everybody keeps talking about gaydar and everything like that, man. This is like, I'm tired of. I don't even say that shit anymore. But I do have to feel like, okay, am I a little too on guard for that or something like that? Because am I feeling the energy? But she felt it too. She was like, yeah, I was kind of feeling like he was gay. Like, yeah, okay, like Anthony Dimon was like definitely coming on the fucking Hannibal Lecter for sure. You know what I'm saying? I felt like this guy's really coming on to him, bro. I'm sorry. You know.
But I think they should have had just a little smooch before they went off the fucking side of that cliff.
No.
Just a little peck. Come on.
I just don't know. That would have put in a wrinkle that didn't have to be there. Their relationship was already complicated enough without, without quote unquote sexual tension. I think. I just
That was always there. It was always that little bit of will they, won't they?
So what? So what? Alana Bloom was just, was just some sort of plaything in their whole little courtship. I mean, seriously?
Yes.
But see, no, that's fucked up because Will didn't even get none. You know what I'm saying? And fucking Hannibal was definitely pro getting some. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, but I think him banging Alana was him trying to sort of get into Will's skin a little bit. He I think he saw that there was something there. He was just like, well, this will be a little bit of me.
Oh, getting into
experiencing.
Will's skin, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, getting into Will's skin, huh? Yeah, where I come
by
from,
getting into her skin.
Where I come from, we call it the hibbity dibbity.
Whatever you want to call it. That's what he was doing, I think.
Yeah, he was playing mind games with Will, but yeah, where I come from, we call that fucking his girl, okay? We call that fucking other guy's girl, all right? Yeah, you call it mind games, tomato, pal. You call it mind games, I call it I call it douchebaggery, okay?
Call it a good cucking.
I call it whole, what I'm saying? I call it douchebaggery and whole baggery from Alana Bloom. I mean, come on. I mean, it's just weird. Like, what the fuck was she trying to do? That still gets me. You had plenty of opportunity to have sex with Hannibal Lecter. You know what I'm saying? But before that point, like, why does this complication that you created with Will Graham now precipitate? You know what I'm saying? That now sort of spark this. You know what I'm saying? This thing between you and him now. It's just it just seems weird. It just seems fucking weird.
It's like, yeah, let's bang and talk about how much of a shitbag Will is. Garbage person.
Like I said, man, the only
Alana Bloom is a garbage person.
And we can say things like look, and I will say this. Margot Verger she was pretty much a victim of chauvinism, you know what I'm saying, under her father's thumb, and then just
she became Margot Badger. Am I right?
Oh my god. First you were a begon, now you will vegan, Damian. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'll tell you what Margot definitely is. She's a 10.
Oh my god! But I mean, it's like she was. Like under her father, under her father's thumb, chauvinism is what put her in the fucking her brother's clutches, his perverse, torturous clutches. So I mean,
They're going to have a baby together. What do you think of that, Batman? Yes. Gonna give you a baby, a pig baby. Yes. Yeah, surrogate, yes. Why would I put a baby in a pig when I'm just gonna kick it out of a plane?
I'm telling you, folks, by hell or high water, we're gonna make it to this 4-hour mark, I guess.
Maybe we can all just talk like this for the next
gonna get there,
5 minutes and 22 seconds.
Oh my god! If we're gonna say some of the most random shit, I guess we're gonna say it.
I guess so.
But no, seriously, man, this one. I mean, we're closing out. Truly, I mean, I guess in the last few minutes, I guess it needs to be said that we're closing out on another series. I mean, now this one is a little bit different than Barry, but
Quite right.
But I mean, this one.
I'm sorry, I can't help myself.
No, it's fine. But this, I'm just sitting here. I'm just making sure that Charles is okay because he's over here.
I'm sorry. Bane's voice just makes me fucking laugh. Oh.
God. But he
I'm
does
gonna have
sound,
to go watch Dark Knight Rises.
He does sound like Gary Oldman. He does sound like Gary Oldman, and you know what I'm saying. In Hannibal, though, I swear it. He does sound just like what I'm saying. I can't help but to say that he does sound like Gary Oldman in Hannibal. It did sound similar to me. Unless I'm just making that up in my head.
Well, when he had Cordell's like face mask on his face and he started screaming Cordell, and that did remind me of the same or a similar scene in the movie Hannibal because Gary Oldman's character was screaming Cordell's name in Hannibal in that movie as well. I do remember that, and it did remind me of that. So.
But I feel like the
Cordell, back to Barry, was the fucking the initial. Was it the leader of the Chechnya mob in like season 1 of Barry?
Well,
the guy whose
that's the
whose
same
wife
actor.
was being banged.
Oh, shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is the same actor. Holy crap!
But you know what I'm saying, he was. God, it's kind of hard to explain because NoHo Hank was definitely they definitely put him to run LA, but so I guess he was sort of like the liaison guy, sort of like the liaison guy.
Yeah.
To NoHo Hank, like he's the guy that he would directly because he's running LA, so it's no one that he really answers to except for the over management, and he's the guy.
It's like he's a captain, I guess, more than the boss.
I guess so, but it's like he's the one that would speak to the management, I guess, before they come down there and just start doing whatever. But it was like so he was definitely someone important, but it was like still NoHo Hank still had power. He was still the guy that they were picking to fucking run LA and everything like that, and so it's definitely some shit. So maybe you're right. Maybe he's more of a capo or more of a underboss than these other guys that he speaks to that he doesn't even really speak to like that. So I don't know.
Just because I'm a captain, why would you show me some other guy fucking my wife?
A man's wife is his life, Mr. VPS man.
Now you're using his voice to work it into this show. Jeez, no, we can't do that. Oh my god! Now you're infecting things. Like, what the hell are you doing, man?
Why would you fuck a man's wife and then not shoot off his poker bear? I've heard that's what you do.
Oh my god.
Mr. Fuchs said that is your business. That is my business as well.
Why is this happening? Why?
Because you asked for it.
Okay, well, look. Okay. See, I'm gonna stay focused. I cannot.
I'm 7 feet tall and super rich, but this is how I talk.
I'm gonna stay focused here, folks. We are gonna be. Now that we're closing out this show here, we're going to be.
Tom Hardy to understand.
Asshole. We're gonna
Continue.
I'm trying to preview us into the next week here, and let people know that get your heads ready.
The prospects are looking grim. Do you see what I did there?
Yeah. Stepping on my intro here. Stepping on my announcement here. I see what you did there. Yeah, Grimm is happening, folks. We're going to be reviewing Grimm.
It's got 2 M's in it. I'm sorry. I'll step out for a minute.
Oh god. The theme that we're going to be working on is going to parallel here, even though we're still dealing with the Halloween different arc series. Is that we're going to be dealing with sort of mythology, urban legend, things of that nature, sort of like what Grimm was dealing with, and maybe sort of like dealing with the certain story arcs and things like Sam Hain and other things and other traditions and other things that may be sort of like shrouded in mystery, that may go back to certain things that go on in more brutal, more Old Testament times, that people were just trying to find religion, spirituality, a place to belong, and they were doing some sick shit because somebody told them that some God up above, needs that. They need that blood offering in order to, and they're getting people to do things. Why? Maybe we should start figuring out why that sort of thing happens also. Maybe talk about that too while we're reviewing, this show and reviewing once again Halloween and getting more into the return, because we had the return and we start to get the curse and we start figuring out this thing, and then we started talking more about the story arc. This story arc of the original series, of the original Halloween installments, speak more of Sam Hain and the Cult of Thorn, and this whole thing that Michael Myers was engineered to become this slaughterer of his own bloodline, and that's where it's supposed to end, at least based on the Sam Hain mythology, or I guess we could say mythology. It's safely to say mythology. But I don't want to make it seem like it's something that's not true, because I have firm belief in it.
Folklore?
Okay, I'll go with that. Yeah, because that is a part of what we're talking about as part of that theme too. So, folklore. Excuse me, folklore, and so it definitely has some ring of truth to it. There definitely were rituals and people were doing things. It goes back to the Aztecs. Like it or not, I hear they were into some of that shit too. So, but hey. We'll definitely get into that. I just wanted to get you guys' head right on the new situation here. We're doing Grimm. We're talking about big bads or bloop bods, and soon we're gonna be talking about different little other mythical things. And
the different creatures would be blue bods, fuchsbaus, ice beavers, Damon Fures,
Because you said Damian Fures.
Ice beavers. Is that a cold? Is that a cold Justin? Is that a
No, ice beavers are like otters. They're
Oh,
like
okay.
otters or beavers, is what they're like. So they're like beavers.
Oh, thought it might have been Justin in the snow. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. The
Is
ice
ice
beaver.
beavers a racial slur?
No. It's the name of their species of Vesson. Um,
Okay.
the particular ice beaver that runs around and helps out our character, his name is Bud. He is hilarious. He's one of my favorite characters. Love him. He's great comic relief.
T-
Ro-
How many seasons
Ro-
of Grim Weather? Was it 6?
Six. There were six.
6.
Uh, Rosalie, she is the Fuchsbow that helps out the team every now and then. She's cool. She is a great character. She's also a bit of a badass. Monroe, he's the bloop bod that helps out the Grim from time to time. He's a great character too, and he also has a little bit of comedy as well.
Hey,
Grim,
do you recognize that guy? Fun fact:
what?
if you don't recognize you don't recognize Monroe.
From where?
Fun fact: he was in Steven Seagal's The Patriot.
I didn't get around to watching The Patriot.
Who was he in The Patriot?
He was the main. He was old boy's right hand man. He was, you know what I'm saying, he was the one trying to work, you know, trying to work a cure, trying to work a new antidote, you know what I'm saying, for the stuff that they took and everything like that.
Oh, okay.
He was the one all of a sudden when he realized that the doctor that had engineered the stuff in the first place didn't have anything more than what they had. He was going to shoot him, but you know what I'm saying, but I think he didn't have any bullets or something like that. He was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I just couldn't resist." You know what I'm saying? It's, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that was Monroe.
Really?
Yeah, he was in Steven Seagal's the Patriot. Like I said, that's why I couldn't believe that he turned out to be just a. You think some people are typecast, but some people just are not. You know, some people just take roles, and you know. He
Well,
took that
I
role
will
and,
say this: you guys are probably not going to like the character Juliet, because most people don't like her character.
Oh man, I've seen. Oh, I've seen Grimm, so she is what she is. You know, I have a thing for redheads. I mean, but you know,
No, I'm not denying that Juliet is attractive. I'm just saying that the character is stupid. I was not a fan of hers.
You know,
Like, stupid as in literally, like, oh, this fucking dumb broad. Or stupid as in, like, this character is stupid.
She kind of comes off as useless, I would say.
oh well, that doesn't last.
No,
That
it doesn't last because she does undergo, I would say, a metamorphosis later on, and
Oh, so
that's
she's
that.
a
That's
ginger
all.
butterfly.
That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. But yeah, let's just say that something happens, and that's all I'm gonna say.
So yeah, so
It's very complicated. It's very complicated.
so do we have more? Do we have more to say on Hannibal? I mean, we still managed to get ourselves a 4-hour show in, which is just it just doesn't seem like we're laboring for that. You know, although I was jokingly saying toward the last few minutes that we were saying random shit, but that was all in fun. But do we have any more to say on Hannibal itself? I
I
definitely
kind of
hope.
want some butthole cupcakes.
I definitely hope if they could have that much time put on, you know, on fucking like what was the shit I was just fucking looking at? Like I've seen so much shit where they've given time to it, and it still seems to bring in nostalgia and whatnot. I just don't think that something like this, although so many years since then, I'm still very hopeful. I'm still very fucking hopeful that Hannibal can at least find a place where we can get a conclusion, a true conclusion. But I guess that's the other thing too. Was there really a conclusion that wasn't him escaping?
Um,
That's the question. Is there a conclusion
Good question,
that is not him
question.
getting away?
I don't know. I mean, A
Does the
character
book
like
does the book
Hannibal.
does the book suggest anything? Does the book series suggest anything? Or does it
I'm
end
not
up
sure,
being
and
the
I've
same
actually
way?
I bought those the other day, so I'm actually looking forward to reading them. See what differences, similarities are, and stuff like that.
Maybe when we come back, as a nice little closer before we jump into the other stuff, maybe we can update people when we come back next Saturday and find out what the books suggested. Because it seemed like where I left off of it was more of like he just got away. He got away again. He was caught, and then all of a sudden here we go again. It's just like I just wonder is that what it is with him? Is it somebody that any opportunity that he will, he will get out and he will be even tougher to catch, than before? It's just like, is that the way? Does he have to be killed? I mean, I just want to see what the book suggests. There's got to be something. The books are always a roadmap. But I do definitely hope, if at all possible, if there can be an ending that a TV show could provide, I hope that the book could definitely show the way, and that somebody would definitely give it a chance. Because although they got to deal with some brutality there, but it's still, I think it's still worth reviving. I really do.
At least for a final season, or like, I don't know, a two-part, like, 2-movie kind of finale, like something, anything.
Limited series, that's a great idea. A lot of great ideas. I just hope maybe like Charles said, it's not that too much time has went by, and maybe like what you said, there's still maybe a limited amount of years that the nostalgia is still valuable to bring, to revive that particular show. So here's the hoping for that. And I don't know, and then maybe we'll feel the same way about Grimm, because I don't know. I started to lose my way after several seasons of Grimm, so I wanted to see.
That was canceled too, right?
No, it got a proper ending.
No. Okay, cool.
So and that's the thing. I started to lose my way with Grimm, and I just wanted to, and I was glad to get back to it to really see, what was what and how I feel about it. So unless you guys have more to say, I'm ready to close this out. Unless you're feeling it differently.
Nope, I'm pretty much good to go.
I like that. What about you, Damian? Do you need more butthole? Do you need more butthole talk?
Do you need a candle to put in the center of it?
Butthole talk.
I just want to get a candle and just put it in the middle. Just delicately place it so it looks delicious. And makes it feel like it's my birthday.
Oh God! Do we end it there, or do we want to end it some?
Happy birthday to me, asshole.
Do we want to end it there, or is that the way? Is that going to be the way today?
I think we should probably put a bullet in it. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep doing this.
Okay, I guess so. I guess this will be the way.
This is the way.
Stay classy, unlike us, my friends. Stay classy. Stay
assy, and put a little